Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call the Anaheim City Council meeting to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Bayless?
Present.
Councilmember Wacalba?
Here.
Councilmember Kurtz?
Here.
Councilmember Maz?
Present.
Councilmember Meeks?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Leon?
Present.
Mayor Aiken?
Present.
Let the record show we have all 7 members present.
Are there any additions or deletions to the closed session agenda?
Mayor, there are none.
Thank you. Can you please call forward any speakers we
I'm
have?
sorry, Mayor. I
Oh,
think we
excuse me,
do.
I'm sorry.
We do have one.
As notified to the council about an hour ago, we're pulling item 1 from closed session, the anticipated litigation.
Item 1 is removed from the closed session agenda. Clerk, can you please call forward any speakers addressing the closed session agenda?
Yes, Mayor, we do have 11 speakers to address the City Council on the closed session agenda, and we'll go ahead and call the first 3 speakers, Tom Fieldler, Francisco Rosas, and Mark Herbert. If the first speaker can please step up. And the time limit is 3 minutes.
Mayor Aitken and council members, my name is Thomas Fielder. I come to you as someone who has lived in Anaheim since 1984, who with my wife bought a home here and raised our 3 children here. I come to you as someone who is active in the community as a volunteer with Housing as a Human Right Orange County and People's Homeless Task Force Orange County. With the latter, I helped assemble and distribute more than 11,000 meals to folks living on the streets last year, many of those in Anaheim. Most relevant to today's closed session, I come to you as a resident who is deeply concerned about corruption in city government. And I didn't come alone. Over the next half hour, you will hear a complicated story of corruption in Anaheim, told from multiple viewpoints and involving a variety of elected officials and other players in Anaheim's halls of power. And whether you will listen to this story or not, I want everyone else in this room and everyone who watches online to hear it. Our story begins on December 20th, 2019, with a special meeting of the Anaheim City Council to discuss a proposed sale of Angel Stadium and the surrounding 150 acres of land. On 4/21/2020, Chris Zapata is forced to resign as city manager of Anaheim. In September of 2020, James Vanderpool is hired as city manager. Almost immediately after that, council members, Angel executives, and city staff participated in a mock city council meeting on September 21st to make sure the vote for the stadium sale would go smoothly. 2 other rehearsals were scheduled for September 24th and September 29th at a retreat in Lake Havasu. On September 29th, 2020, the Anaheim City Council voted on terms to finalize the sale of the stadium. In December of 2021, the state of California notified Anaheim that the deal would violate the Surplus Land Act. In May of 2022, an FBI affidavit was released alleging a variety of crimes by Mayor Harry Sidhu in relation to the stadium sale. In 2023, the Jail Group report was released, unveiling a criminal conspiracy and influence peddling in Anaheim. Then in 2023, mayoral candidate Ashley Aitken called for attendees at mock council meetings to resign. 2.5 years later, we are still waiting for one resignation in particular, that of James Vanderpool.
Our next speaker, Francisco Rosas. Following the speaker, Mark Herbert.
Greetings and salutations, everyone. I'm Francisco Rosas, and I'm here because there's questions, lots of questions raised over James Vanderpool, not to mention the people who recommended his position, which was Jeff Flint, the former disgraced Mayor Harry Sidhu, and also his good old buddy, Todd Ament. All of these people have been convicted under felony charges for corruption influence over top political officials in Anaheim for personal and corporate gain. Each one of them has a reputation for being criminals in the city of Anaheim. And the fact that the mayor and everybody else has been complicit in these actions and not addressing Vanderpool's actions and misconduct, raises concerns as to why we even trust you guys to continue providing service for us if you can't even manage the simple person who allowed the deal with Angel Stadium, Disneyland Forward, and God knows what other deals around the Anaheim that favored businesses over the residents of Anaheim. So again, Vanderpool should not continue working here. He should be eliminated, long gone, and everybody who supported his actions and were complicit in his actions. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Mark Herbert, followed by Janine Robbins.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com. The council spent $1 million on the jail report. In July 2023, the report was released to the public. No follow-up community meetings, no hearings, and no workshops were held. No investigations were launched. No charges were brought. 5 of the current city council were members at the time: Mayor Aitken, council members Leon, Rubalcaba, Campos Kurtz, and Meeks. Better late than never. Now is the time to follow through. The corrupt culture at City Hall needs to change, and it needs to start now. It needs to start with the firing of city manager Jim Vanderpool. On July 25th, 2023, the LA Times reported text messages between officials showed Anaheim's police chief and city manager coordinated to keep secret a visit by police to council member Jordan Bradman's apartment shortly after the allegation that he was going to, quote, shoot up City Hall. Asked if he and the city manager had tried to keep the police visit to Bradman's apartment secret, Chief Cisneros told the Times, "When we get very influential individuals, we put those under wraps." He added that the department nonetheless complies with the state's public records law. The city manager, Jim Vanderpool, declined to comment. At the opening of the September 23rd, 2023 closed session, 3 public speakers asked that city manager Vanderpool be fired. The jail report and LA Times article on the Bradman government were cited. The city manager should have been fired then, but again, no action was taken by the mayor and council. Oftentimes, there are costs to residents when the council doesn't take action. The council's refusal to fire Jim Vanderpool is such an action. 1, the city manager's office has a seat on the ATID board. Mr. Vanderpool has been in office since September 2020. The ATID budget receives 25% of the hotel taxes. Last year, it was $32 million. In Vanderpool's first 3 years, ATID was not audited. The state had to intervene before ATID was audited in 2024. This was ATID's first audit in 13 years. In the city's manager's update at the August 26, 2025 meeting, City Manager Vanderpool gave an update on the sale of Angel Stadium. He reported there are no long-term discussions taking place and none imminent. Yet, in an email, December 24, 2025, to Meeks, he wrote, "I'm very concerned that certain people are trying to sabotage any Angel deal. It won't stop me." Well, what is it? Are there discussions going on now or aren't there? Thank you.
Our next speaker.
There's a thriving culture of corruption that exists in this city hall. Corruption is rewarded while honesty is met with termination agreements. And if you haven't realized this by now, then you need to pull your heads out of the sand. These corrupt activities are all enabled and authorized by City Manager Jim Vanderpool. As a city manager, he is technically the boss of the city and certainly the boss of all employees. The fact that he is still sitting over here to the right speaks volumes as to your lack of moral compass and is a blatant insult to the residents of this city. Let's go through a few points. Number 1, he enabled and allowed Chief Communication Officer Lion Mike Leister to put out fabricated and misleading posts in print, on TV, and on social media. He allowed Leister to use his personal cell phone for all city-related activities, resulting in Leister insisting that he did not have a city phone during the investigations. He allowed Leister to refuse to cooperate with both the FBI and the JL Group during investigations. He also refused to order Anaheim PD to unlock Leister's personal cell phone for the auditors, which he could easily have done, thereby making Anaheim PD complicit also in blocking the auditors. He met with lobbyists many times since his hiring, lobbyists who were soliciting illegal handouts and influence here at City Hall. These lobbyists were found to have actually written presentations that were passed off to city employees and then presented as staff reports and presented to you. This process continues to this day. Number 3, he worked with the Chamber of Commerce and Visit Anaheim, enabling them to steal millions of dollars from the residents that had been designated for COVID relief. Number 4, he worked hand in hand with the felonious ex-mayor Harry Sidhu to sell Anaheim Stadium to the Angels for a pittance, thereby attempting a brazen robbery of city funds. Number 5, he coincidentally attended a retreat just days after an illegal mock council meeting at which he claims no city business was discussed. But considering all of his other blatant lies, can you really believe anything out of his mouth? A lie by omission is still a lie, and considering that he only admitted attending when the press found out, I'd say he is lying. Perhaps the worst thing, he worked in tandem with Anaheim PD Chief George Cisneros to cover up the sickness and the well-checked calls for Jordan Bramman, resulting in his eventual death. There have been no consequences for City Manager Vanderpool as one of the last standing members of the family, of the cabal. It should be obvious to you that he was an active leader and participant in the corrupt activities here at City Hall and should be fired. His hiring was shady and corrupt from the beginning, and the fact that he has been called a chameleon by other employees attests to why he was hired at all. He is a yes man, and that's why he was hired. There is no other option should you wish to restore any sense of trust with the residents. To continue on as currently, it simply makes you complicit with the corruption, if not an active participant. For starters, Jim Vanderpool must go.
Our next speaker.
Good afternoon. Today we gather because Anaheim deserves something fundamental, something so essential that federal law recognizes it as a tangible right, the honest services of its public officials. Under Title 18 United States Code, Section 1346, the public is entitled to decision-making free from hidden agendas, private loyalties, and self-interested maneuvering. When the trust is broken, accountability is not optional, it is required. And that brings us to City Manager Jim Vanderpool. The independent JL Group investigation, a 350-page report commissioned by this city, mentions Mr. Vanderpool 96 times. 96. That is not incidental. That is not background noise. That is a level of involvement that demands scrutiny, transparency, and consequences. But the concerns don't end with the report. We now have an email dated December 24th, 2025, from Mr. Vanderpool to Councilmember Natalie Meeks. In it, just last month, he writes, "I can't believe the story is going to surface 5 years later. Ridiculous. I'm very concerned that certain people are trying to sabotage any Angels deal. It won't stop me." That is not the tone of a public servant reflecting on past mistakes or acknowledging the seriousness of public concern. It does not read as remorse. It reads as someone frustrated at being exposed, someone focused on pushing forward despite scrutiny, despite public distrust, and despite the damage already done to this city's credibility. In this context, "it won't stop me" is not a reassuring statement from the city's top administrator. It is an ominous one. Mayor Ashley Aiken herself said the JL report's findings were deeply troubling and that Anaheim needed to confront the culture that allowed these behaviors to take root. She emphasized transparency. She emphasized accountability. She emphasized restoring trust. Those words matter, and today they must guide action. Anaheim cannot rebuild trust with the same leadership at the center of the corruption investigation that remains in place. Anaheim cannot promise honest services to the public while ignoring warning signs placed directly in front of us. Anaheim cannot move forward with a city manager whose own written words suggest determination to continue down the same path, regardless of public concern. This is not personal. This is not political. This is about the integrity of our government and the rights of our residents. If we believe in accountability, if we believe in transparency, if we believe in the public's right to honest services, then we must act. It is time for leadership change at the city manager level. Anaheim deserves leadership that is honest,
Ma'am, I'm
accountable,
sorry, your time is up.
and unafraid of scrutiny. Anaheim deserves a fresh start. Anaheim deserves better. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Vern Nelson, followed by Kenneth Batiste.
Let's see how much I have to skip here. For years, we could tell that all the important decisions for the city were made behind closed doors and to the benefit of the wealthy special interests, not the people. To a degree, it's always been that way, but it was worst of all during the mayorship of Harry Sidhu, and we were vindicated by the FBI revelations of 2022. The affidavits we read showed that Jeff Flint and Todd Ament, calling themselves the Cabal, issued orders and writing scripts for the mayor and most of the council. Jeff Flint was the smartest and most powerful, smart enough to not get in trouble, with an office adjoining the chamber and he controlled all the PACs that got the council elected, so they did whatever he said. When Sidhu had to resign and the remaining council, in a panic, voted to commission an independent corruption study, which became the JL report. The four of you who took office that year, all of you talking about reform to one degree or another, inherited that JL report and you were stuck with it. But you never allowed a public discussion of it. You practically buried it. We learned a lot, those of us who read that report, but we never cleaned house. There was a fall of reform in 2023, but those were modest reforms with no penalties, which we won't get into now. The main thing is that there was no shakeup of the staff that enabled all the Sidhu Flint corruption. It couldn't have happened without them, especially in this strong city manager city without the city manager. Let's go back to 2020, the height of Flint's power, the Sidhu/COVID era. We know now that Jeff Flint, paid by the Angels, was ramming through his preferred stadium deal, very unfavorable to the people of Anaheim, but he still had 5 votes for whatever he wanted. We had a city manager in early 2020, Chris Zapata. He wasn't a troublemaker, but he was relatively independent and honest, and he would give his opinion when asked for it. And generally, his opinions, in hindsight, were correct. And for that independence, he was fired and replaced with Mr. Vanderpool. It's important to remember Vanderpool was Jeff Flint's pick. He told Sidhu to hire Vanderpool and insisted that his 5 obedient council members follow suit. Jordan Bramman didn't even want to. Vanderpool was a city manager that Flint knew he could work with. It's true that the stadium heist was nearly complete when Jim was hired, and he also doesn't seem to have been invited to the mock meeting on September 21st. But let's talk about the Havasu retreat. First of all, Jim says it wasn't really a retreat, but I have here the invitation to Laura Cunningham, who was Todd Ament's number 2 person, to Jim Vanderpool's personal email, which I don't know why he's using personal email for this kind of thing. That's also fishy. He says it wasn't a retreat. Laura Cunningham calls it a retreat. And we know from the FBI documents what was meant by a retreat, that they're making sure everybody has their act together on policy. It's not believable that they didn't talk about the stadium deal coming up September 29th, a few days later. One last thing, he should have instructed Mike Lister to unlock his
Vern
phone for the
Nelson,
JL
I'm sorry, your
group.
time is up.
We don't know what was in that.
Our next speaker, Kenneth Batiste, followed by Mike Robbins.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Giving honor to God, those on the council that's serving to God, other people. We have a government of the people, for the people, by the people. But when our government goes ahead and starts chasing false idols, greenbacks, our nation starts to suffer. Our community starts to suffer. All of you are in there behind a corrupt city council. Campaigned, some of you, to change things. Harry Sidhu was the worst of the worst. Was going to give away our Angel Stadium and 153 acres for $320 million. The Dodgers sold their team, and parking lot, stadium, and it went for $2 billion. We was getting the short end. No ifs, ands, and buts about it. But Mr. Zapata was asked, did we need to go ahead and make those changes? He gave an honest answer of no. So what did they do? Do you think that they're gonna go ahead and give somebody who's looking out for the residents, or do you think they're gonna put in a yes man? A man that will be corrupt in his ethics and morals. This Lake Havasu meeting, it didn't even come up until later. It's talking about 5 years later, it's about to come up. Excuse me, that was supposed to be disclosed immediately. Immediately. My point is this right here. All of you, your ethics and morals is being questioned. Because even when at this point where it says right here that Vanderpool was on a board with a plan by Disney Resort Interest to keep as much as $100 million a year out of the city general fund. Excuse me, that's highway robbery. Somebody should be going to prison. Now, I'm gonna close with this because it's getting down to 50 seconds. Any official that gets paid or hold, they take an oath. Just like y'all. Y'all take an oath to do the right thing. My point is this right here. If you violate that oath, you need to be fired. You need to be done. The point of it is, we have enough going on in our nation right now. We need to clean this mess up. And we need to start at home. And every one of your votes will make a difference on whether we get started. And the last to say, we still have to clean house. Because if you don't clean house, then you're not going to be trusted. God bless. Be safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for listening to us today, please. Somebody said, and we know who it is, a new day was promised for Anaheim, but we can't hope for a new dawn as long as the shadow of criminality still blocks the sun. The deceptive beating heart of the cabal lives on. Who is at the heart of the city? Who's there running everything? And while it was being looted, and that's James Vanderpool. While some players have resigned or been charged, the center and head administrator of the city, James Vanderpool, still looms large. He was there from the beginning. Terms of record, the press and past city leaders used many words to describe the city culture under his watch. Complicit, evasive, unethical, lack of transparency, pay to play, insider access, backroom deals, opaque, and compromised. This is just a betrayal of public trust when the city manager is named over and over again in the context of betrayal of trust. He becomes a liability, as you see by all the articles coming out, and there's more stuff coming out still. He becomes a liability to the city in the past, in the present, and the future. We need a clean break from this era of corruption. Your city manager, James Vanderpool, I'm going to say this off my own line, he's like a shark in a silk suit. He's a roadblock to any hope of transparency. He was there for the Angel Stadium fiasco, the conspiracies and secret deals. He sat at the table while the shadow government plotted to carve up the city's bones, and he's still sitting there now, blinking behind his spectacles as if he's just a humble clerk.
Our next speaker.
So you've only heard a little of what is yet to come. There's a web in this city that has entangled many of you sitting on this dais, along with the people sitting to my right. So we know that most of you probably have aspirations to continue your career as a quote-unquote public servant. But there's some responsibilities and a price to pay for that. What we think is once we let the public that's maybe not in this room or maybe not listening online, once the public finds out about this web, once the media finds out more about this web, then it's really up to you to decide how you are going to identify your actions. Because we already know that your silence has identified you as being either corrupt, ignorant, or complicit. So the public deserves some action that would help to change the level or lack of trust, the lack of operation that this city, that I call Anacrime, so that it becomes a worthwhile place, not only for the residents, but for the businesses, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Or your silence and your complicity could maybe identify the city as arguably one of the worst cities to live in because it's corrupt. You guys have a chance to do the right thing and replace the people that need replacing and call out the people who have remained silent because either they benefit from it or they don't want to get in trouble. But they don't get a chance to do that. They don't get a chance to do that on the taxpayer's dime. It's up to you. You were the ones who ran on the theory that you were going to do right by the city. That's what we expect, because we're coming back with more.
Our next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Josh Cadiz, and I'm a claims assistant in the Workers' Compensation Unit here in Anaheim. I've worked in this role since 2018, and I began as a part-time assistant and became full-time in 2022. During my years as a part-time employee, I routinely worked extreme overtime, starting as early as 5 a.m. and ending at 11 p.m. for months at a time. That's 16 to 18-hour work days consecutively, while classified as part-time. Let that sink in. I have the pay stubs and emails to support all this. Since becoming full-time, not much has changed. The overtime continues, and at this point, I'm essentially the only remaining assistant. My counterpart resigned just last month due to burnout caused by chronic understaffing, lack of resources, and a lack of support. Because positions are frozen and we are short-staffed, working 11-hour days has become normal for me. I'm carrying claims under my own name as a claims examiner. I'm assisting citywide. I'm always skipping lunches and breaks. I'm handling duties beyond my paid job description and my pay grade. I regularly work past my approved overtime just to ensure injured workers receive the medications, care, and attention that they need. And despite doing everything I can, I don't feel respected, appreciated, and supported, and my job and livelihood feels uncertain. For years, I have put my coworkers, injured employees, and the city of Anaheim before my own mental health and well-being. I'm now a father of a 3-year-old, and if I'm giving 120% here at work, that means I have to give 220% with the limited time I have for my family. And the truth is, the work-life balance is not balanced. I've built strong working relationships with the fire department, police department, and all the other city departments because I know how important it is to get the injured employees back to work safely. If Anaheim moves to a third-party administrator, good luck even reaching a live person, let alone someone you can sit down face-to-face with. Trust me, I've worked for TPAs and people just become numbers. I've put Anaheim before myself since the day I started. My question is simple. When is Anaheim going to look after me? I'm not here to play politics. I'm just here to do my job, serve the city, and provide for my family. So I'm asking this council to address chronic understaffing in this work comp program and ensure employees in my position are properly supported, staffed, and classified so we can continue serving the city
Sir, I'm
effectively.
sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Christy Sukasum, and I've worked in workers' compensation industry for over 22 years. Before coming to the city of Anaheim, I worked in the private sector directly with workers' comp insurance carriers and third-party administrators. So when I speak about this, I'm not guessing. I live both sides, and I can honestly say this city truly takes care of its employees. I've been with the city since 2017. I started as a claims assistant and worked my way up to claims examiner. Every role I've held here, I've been dedicated to working directly with Anaheim firefighters and AFA members. I understand this program, but most importantly, I understand the people behind it. When a firefighter is injured, that injury affects more than just their body. It affects their family, their mental health, and their ability to do the job that they love. These heroes run toward danger for our community, and when they get hurt, they trust us to take care of them. I don't see these firefighters as claim numbers. I see them as coworkers. I've built relationships not only with the active firefighters, but with the retired firefighters who still call me till this day because they trust me. We have 4 people managing workers' compensation claims for the entire city, 2 claims examiners and 2 claims assistants. This structure has remained the same even as work injuries continue to rise. And yet, we continue to do a good job. Our audit scores prove that, but I want to be honest about what it takes to maintain that level of service. It takes late nights, it takes weekends, it means answering calls after hours because someone is scared, injured, and needs our help. November of 2022, when outsourcing was first discussed, I was 7 months pregnant and terrified about losing my job. Fast forward to today, I now have 3 small children, one of which who has special needs. And hearing this conversation come up again brings back that fear of losing my job for the second time. So I have to ask, if the work is being done well, if the audit scores are strong, if the service is there, then what problem are we trying to solve? A management study showed that what we don't need outsourcing. We need additional staff. With the right support, we could do an even better job serving Anaheim employees. I love my job and I want to keep doing this work, ensuring every employee is treated fairly and can recover as quickly, as safely as possible. So today, I'm respectfully asking you to choose people over process, choose trust over contracts, choose firefighters and city employees who dedicate their lives to serving and protecting our community. Please vote to keep workers' compensation in-house and invest in the staff who already know the city. Because when our firefighters get hurt, they don't need a third party, they need the city. Thank you.
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council, I'm Sandy Lozo, the current president for ASME Local 2002. We're the largest professional union here, and here on behalf of not only our 501 members, but specifically our workers' compensation, which all of them are here today. There's only 5, along with the support for our Anaheim firefighters. My cousin's husband passed away a few years ago from cardiac arrest. He was a fire captain at an agency that had an ADR and an in-house workers' comp that took care of my cousin and her family. My husband also was 31 years with Anaheim PD, so I'm very aware of the injuries that occur regularly with our public safety and how important it is to take care of them. With the trust and freedom and creativity that our city manager and you have provided me over the years, I've been able to create a nationally recognized system of care for our most vulnerable homeless population. Once I received notification that there was an issue with our internal system of care with our workers' compensation, and our team and city staff, I approached the system the same way. I met with our city manager, I met with HR, I was told it was a policy decision. I met with my union members, I met with the policymakers, and the policymakers said meet with AFA and APA, and I did that. I compiled everyone's concern and started collaborating and partnering to create what a system of care should be now and for the future. We have a study that was done just a few years ago that an outside consultant confirmed and recommended that the City of Anaheim remain self-administered, in-house, and 2 additional full-time claims examiners be added. The study was then shelved. If these recommendations would have been implemented years ago, we would not have the issues we have today. Just as this council added 3 police officers for our HALO team based on experts in our homeless system of care, we have experts telling us to add staff to workers' comp. And on top of that, we haven't filled our current budgeted and funded positions that remain vacant. With the claims more than doubled since the study, we now need your help to get our system of care back to where we need to be, the top of the state just a few years ago. Please agendize for open session the AFA's ADR for council consideration on February 3rd as requested by the mayor, along with directing staff to fill the 2 vacant current positions and add 2 additional full-time claim examiners for a total of 9. I have 10 people handling the homeless system of care for 1,200 homeless people, and we have thousands of city employees. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. My name is Tim Kinsey. I am a defense workers' compensation attorney. I represent public agencies, including cities and counties, in workers' compensation matters, as well as the creation and tailoring of alternative dispute resolutions, and it has been my privilege for over 30 years to represent the city of Anaheim. The ADR program that was negotiated between the AFA and the city is exemplary. I understand that it's on the agenda as labor relations. I am not a labor attorney. I do not participate in the collective bargaining agreements. However, this is a labor code issue. The creation and tailoring of an alternative dispute resolution is authorized by the labor code between an employer and a collective bargaining unit, which is exactly what happened in this case between the city and the AFA. This program provides for expedited medical treatment for orthopedic injuries with members of the AFA, whereas normally in any other workers' compensation case, that treatment would be subject to what we call utilization review and delays to determine the reasonableness and necessity of the treatment. This program allows for a pre-authorization of what I would say is probably about 90% of the treatment that we usually see in orthopedic injuries to make sure that injured members of the AFA are taken care of given the medical treatment that they need to return to their jobs. Additionally, usually if there is an issue with medical treatment, that goes through utilization review appeal, which can also be a relatively lengthy process. However, under the current ADR agreement that was tailored, that process is removed from the lengthy delay and put right in front of the independent medical evaluator from a list of agreed doctors that have been agreed upon between the city and the AFA. It expedites certainly any issues for the nature and extent of the medical treatment and makes sure that the medical treatment that is being provided is necessary and gets our people back to work as quickly as possible. Additionally, there is a 45-day time frame in which to make a decision on presumptive cases, cardiac cases, and cancer cases. That is significantly shorter than what the current labor code allows, which is 75 days. Again, that shortened process makes sure that our people are getting back, getting the medical treatment that they need, and the decisions are being made on an expedited basis in those types of cases to get them back to work and make sure that they're provided with the necessary medical care. Thank you.
Have our next speaker step forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. My name, as many of you know, is Nick Berkey. I'm a representative with the AFSCME Local 2002 Union, representing 500 management and confidential admin employees. Before I start, I'm sorry if I'm jumping all over the place. I was planning for a grievance hearing today, and when I left for my long weekend on Thursday, so this was kind of a rope-a-dope for me. I just want to, I don't want to reiterate what has already been said. I just want to publicly give praises to the workers' comp team. I've worked, in my position with AFSCME, I've worked with a lot of different groups, different employees across the city, all 15 departments, and I have to say that this is probably the best group that I've dealt with. As mentioned, their audit scores, that I believe about 5 years ago, they were second in the state, above and beyond. So why we would want to reduce their role or outsource their role still is beyond me. They've worked for, their group has worked for about 40 years with the same head count, never higher, always lower. At best, they can always get up to about 6 people. They still work on carbon paper, you know, the wonderful, let's write something out, then rip off the back. They're still pushing paper that way. They don't even have modern systems, not even an off-the-shelf system to manage their paperwork. And they're still second in the state in audit scores. This agreement with Fire is the result of negotiations between 2 unions looking for a resolution that doesn't involve losing control for Anaheim. Anaheim gets to retain their control. AFSCME management and our workers' comp team stays in place. Firefighters get the service that they want. Why do they want that service? Well, when you don't have enough employees, the service drops, obviously. So in the end, the proposal in front of you, please let's agendize this for public session and please pass it at your earliest convenience. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Aiken, Anaheim City Council. I'm Rafael Cobian, AFSCME General Management Rep, here on behalf of AFSCME Local 2002. Here commenting on closed session item number 2. We strongly urge the City Council to reject any proposal to outsource the City of Anaheim's workers' comp program to a third-party administrator, as you guys have heard before. Anaheim's, all of you know me, I'm a very data-driven person. I look at it very factually, I look at the numbers, and I look at it from that perspective. Anaheim's in-house workers' compensation team delivers proven, high-quality results. The city has consistently passed state audits with exceptional scores. Most recently, Anaheim received a 2024 PAR score of 0.67, well below the failing threshold of 1.76, and is the highest score of any self-administered program in the entire state. So our workers' comp unit does not have a productivity or functional problem. Prior audits in 2012 and 2017 also demonstrated strong compliance and claims handling performance, with 2017 ranking the highest statewide. Again, these results are a direct reflection of our staff, their expertise, their professionalism that you heard about today, and their dedication to city staff. Having an in-house team, as you heard from one of our workers' comp staff, is they take pride in helping out our staff and helping out their fellow City of Anaheim members. In 2022, the city commissioned a Linnea Solutions study to conduct a comprehensive, independent evaluation of the workers' compensation program, similar to the classification and compensation study that you guys are aware of. And it included a comparison between self-administered and a Third-party administrator, what is potentially considered here? Linnea's conclusion was clear. The city should remain self-administered and implement targeted operational improvements. That was a result and the recommendation of the study. Among the key recommendations was the creation of 2 junior examiner positions to address increased claims, volumes, and statutory demands. Importantly, the study found that even with enhanced staffing, self-administration remains significantly more cost-effective than outsourcing to a TPA. While AFSCME learned that the city was considering to shift to a TPA, we met with our impacted members and city management. We were told this was a policy decision. We met with council and were encouraged to work with APA and AFA, and we did exactly that. We developed a plan that benefits the city, addresses labor concerns, and preserves Anaheim's proven in-house expertise. We urge you to support the data, the independent analysis, and the demonstrated success of our city staff. Invest in the in-house program that already works, rather than outsourcing a critical function that Anaheim performs better than anyone else in the entire state. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker.
Ms. Mayor and Council, thank you for having me. I'm John Ferrone from Ferrone Law Group. I represent the firefighters. I helped negotiate the original ADR agreement back in 2018. I've negotiated and launched probably 30 throughout the state, beginning in 2008 with the City of Long Beach. What's before you is an innovation that builds a better process. With the team you have and a better process in place, you are going to save time and money. And that's what we're talking about here in terms of expediting orthopedic care. The audits I've done with your neighbors, with OCFA and OC Sheriff, 75% of the cases are orthopedic. Accessing the care is the challenge today. How to get to a doctor and compressing that time frame is the issue. What we have here is an elephant in the room. It's called backfill to overtime. And the delays in workers' comp are profound. And if you did an audit, you would see the number is staggering. Millions. I did an audit in Alameda County. In 1 year, it was $3.75 million. They have 400 firefighters. So when you take that number and amplify it to like OCFA's level at 1,000, the number is huge. When we did the ADR program in OCFA the first year alone, we saved $1.5 million in 2014. $500,000 alone was saved on overtime. The key here is building internal processes so that your team is not overloaded with tasks, and that's the problem with the statutory system. The system itself is so flawed that they can't deal with the tasks that are coming at them. The system that we are providing to you today is a collaborative effort to solve it, bringing all the stakeholders together to a table so that we understand what the problem is and how to address it. We're not going to the legislature to solve our problem. We're going right here, locally, to solve it and expedite these cases faster and forward. By doing that, you're bringing the people back to work. More importantly, you're instilling a program designed through empathy and trust. And these are the single ingredients lost in an employment relationship. When people feel dislocated from a workers' comp injury, the first thing they're going to do is call an attorney. That's not the first step you want. You want to say, we care about you. This is how we're going to care about you, by showing you a better roadmap. The current map and the current system doesn't exist, and that's the biggest part of the problem. This design that we've created collaboratively, my counterpart, Mr. Kinsey, who I've worked with many years, many cities, brings us just that. It brings us a semblance of reason, predictive collaboration, solving these problems at a discrete level, and it really is a game changer for the system. This will be the gold standard going forward for agencies. I think I've done this presentation before probably 20 cities already, and up and down the coast, you will see this becoming the gold standard. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
Mayor, distinguished council members. My name is Dennis Young. I'm the president of the Anaheim Firefighters Association. I stand in support of the 2 resolutions that you have set before you. If you're a firefighter, you have no doubt you understand the work compensation system, or you will figure out the workers' compensation system. And that's just an inherent byproduct result of the job. Our job is very Taxing, it's very difficult on the body. We have numerous exposure from stress from getting up at night, as well as carcinogenic exposures that we have on a regular basis. What we've done working with ASME is to take the issues that we have, which is getting diagnostics, treatment, and care, and streamlining those issues and getting people the treatment and care that they need and they want to get. I've been the result of 2 work-related injuries, and I can tell you the worst thing that it is when you're sitting at home and you want to get better so you can ultimately get back to your normal life or somewhat is relatively normal to your normal life. And that takes the treatment and care to do that. With that being said, it's a cost savings measure as well. Like you mentioned before, the backfill that's occurring from the delays and the process it takes and the bureaucracy it takes to get through this process costs the city a lot of money. What we've worked through and what we've established is a streamline to be able to look at a set of treatment and set of diagnostics that allow us to get pre-authorized and go get those treatments and go get those diagnostics to ultimately solve the problem, which is what you're dealing with from the work comp issue. That's the orthopedic side. And like he mentioned before, that's the vast majority of all of our injuries is having orthopedic injuries. The resolution that I'm the most proud of, to be honest with you, is the cancer and cardiac resolution. The WHO in 2022 scheduled firefighting as a group 1, which means group 1 is carcinogenic. I mean, think about that. Your job in itself is carcinogenic. That's pretty damning to think about, right? That's why the state of California has made cancer a presumptive, which is it is presumed that you will get cancer becoming a firefighter. So with that being said, we've once again streamlined everything from setting from 75 days down to 45 days for acceptance of claim, and also brought ourselves up to the modern era and allowed us to use Zooms and stuff like that to be able to get a hold of our doctors and be able to utilize telehealth. So our whole goal is to streamline orthopedic care to get the members back to work earlier. And what does that do by streamlining everything? It allows our folks in risk management and work comp to be able to work on multiple cases, so it frees up their workload as well. I also want to point something out that the #1 cause of line of duty deaths in the state of California right now and the national standard is occupational cancer. So cancer is not a joke in the fire service right now. I think it's fitting that we have these resolutions up, that it is Firefighter Cancer Awareness Month. So I urge you, please agendize this item and make it a consent item, and please support this item. It has massive indications on how we're going to be in the fire service, as well as helping our risk management department and work comp. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Jason Barlow.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Barlow, and I'm currently the Secretary of the Anaheim Firefighters, Local 2899. Along with the Secretary position, over the past 3 years, I have served as the Workers' Compensation and Wellness Representative for the members of the Anaheim Firefighters. During my time in these roles, I've seen and heard the frustrations from our members suffering from work-related illness and injuries. As I've learned, the state workers' compensation system can be complicated and difficult to navigate. This complex process significantly affects our members, as approximately 75% of the city's current workers' comp claims are from public safety members. After researching and speaking to other public safety departments around the region, such as the Long Beach Firefighters Association, both Huntington Beach Public Safety Associations, the Orange County Fire Authority, and many others, I stand here asking for support for these 2 resolutions before you. These other agencies with similar programs have seen significant reduction in delays, denials, and time off work for members suffering from work-related injuries and illnesses. After working collectively with Rose from Risk Management, I believe these 2 resolutions will not only provide similar results here in the city of Anaheim, but will exceed these expectations, as we will also have expedited the process for injuries and illnesses covered under the California state presumptive laws, such as cancer and cardiac. Once again, I'm asking for your support for these resolutions, for the beneficial impacts they will have on the Anaheim firefighters and the beneficial cost savings to the city of Anaheim as well. Thank you for your time.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes our in-person speakers. And noting for the record, we did receive a public comment related to the closed session that was distributed to each of the City Council members, and we've posted it on the city's website.
Thank you. I will now close public comment on the closed session agenda, and we will recess to closed session. Thank you very much. Good evening. I'd like to reconvene the Anaheim City Council meeting back to order. The first item on our agenda is an invocation that will be offered tonight by preacher Jimmy Gaston from State College Boulevard Church of Christ. Following that, I'm going to ask Councilmember Rubalcaba to please lead us in our flag salute. Will you all please stand?
Madam Mayor and council members, I've been coming to these meetings for over 30 years. I've never said anything before, but I want to tell you something tonight. I know that most, if not all of you, are perfectly capable and comfortable leading this group in prayer before a meeting. But I want to say thank you for allowing those of us in the religious community to come and take this spot. I moved here, I'm on my 34th year in Anaheim, preaching for the Church of Christ on State College Boulevard. Got involved in city activities early on, been involved in lots of different things. But this is a different look, and I think it's important for our religious leaders to come, to read the agenda, to hear what goes on, and to realize all the things that you folks do. So thank you for the privilege and the honor. With that, let's bow before God in prayer. Our gracious Heavenly Father, thank you for all the blessings that you give us. Thank you, Father, for establishing government, for its place in keeping society good and decent for all of us. Thank you for our mayor, for our city council members, for all the things that they're involved in. The big decisions that they have to make, even the minutia that just drives them nuts, I know it, many nights. So thank you for what they do. Thank you for our city staff that provide document on top of document for our council members to read and absorb so they can make the best decisions possible. We pray, Father, that you help all of us to work together, not just as those in elected positions, but those who serve in a variety of ways to keep Anaheim the great place that it is to live, work, play, and pray. We give you the honor and the glory and the praise for all good things. Help us as citizens of Anaheim to help make the job of those who lead us as easy as possible. Help us, Father, to lavish them with praise when that's appropriate. Help us not back up from being critical when that's appropriate too, but help us to do so with an attitude of love and respect and cooperation among all. I pray these things in Jesus' name. We all approach you as our Creator and our Sustainer. May we all say, amen.
Thank you. Please put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I'm beautiful to congratulate our 2025 Holiday Lights Contest winners. So our city during the holidays is absolutely magical. From the steps of City Hall to the amount of work our neighborhoods put in to making Anaheim look like a city of wonders. And that tradition is something that Anaheim, I think, really drives home. It brings together residents to brighten our holidays, and our residents go all out in decorating. So I would like to invite our Anaheim Beautiful President Lori Dinwiddie to come up here and show off some of our winners and present the awards as well. Come on, and as well as our Miss Anaheim Beautiful 2025. The mic's yours.
Thank you, Mayor Aiken and City Council members for recognizing Anaheim Beautiful's 2025 Holiday Lights Contest winners tonight. My name is Sofia Prudencio, Miss Anaheim Beautiful 2025-2026. It is my privilege to announce this year's winners with the assistance of Anaheim Beautiful's President, Lori Dinwiddie. As we share a slide of each award, please remember one picture could never capture the little details, sounds, special effects, or the time and effort that went into creating these amazing displays. Tonight's first recognition is the Miss Anaheim Beautiful's Choice Award, sponsored by Mayor Aiken. After viewing every entry, I selected Stephen Gonzalez and Jennifer Brooks' display at North Amelia Street to receive my award. This was my overall favorite entry. I chose this house because of the coziness of the decorations. They really brought the feeling of being in Santa's workshop. Congratulations.
I'm gonna get a picture with my winner. It's awesome.
Got everybody? Yep. All right, everybody right here. We'll have you wait right there.
Moving on to the highest scoring property in each of the 6 council districts. The District 1 award winner, sponsored by Councilmember Bayless, is the Garcia Candelario family for their whimsical display at West Lindasita Lane. Oops, sorry.
Sorry.
Sponsored by Councilmember Leon, the Brand family at South Anthony Street is this year's District 2 award-winning entry. Thank you. Let's move on and recognize Robert Nelson with the District 3 Award, sponsored by Councilmember Rubalcaba for his display at West Alberta Street. Sorry.
Perfect. Great, we'll have everybody look right here. Great. And
Next, we have the Ludeber Turan family at South Barnett Street, winners of the District 4 Award sponsored by Councilmember Campos Cruz.
All right. If we could have everybody.
The District 5 Award winner, sponsored by Councilmember Moz, is the Panilla family for their display at South Barbara Street.
If we could have everybody.
The Smith family won the District 6 Award sponsored by Councilmember Meeks for their display at East Baja Drive.
It's an independent
She sponsored her own. So we have an accepting on behalf. We can have everybody look right here. Now, if we could have all our council members hold, we'll come in.
How many do we have? Oh, okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. Congratulations to all 6 of our district award-winning displays. We presented 2 outstanding LED display awards this year. These recognitions were sponsored by Anaheim Public Utilities for exceptional usage of LED lights to create their award-winning displays. Tonight, we recognize the Ludwig family for their display at South Topo Street, and the Combe family at South Kroger Street is the second outstanding LED display this year. Congratulations.
You have your photo, but we won't save it for a group photo.
Oh, no. Eden,
No.
they're gonna take a picture for us. Okay, sweetie, put it in your pocket. Come on, gotta listen. Come on, Eden. We're just gonna do a real quick picture. Big smiles. Don't worry, we'll get it for you. Okay, I messed up your role.
No, that's fine. The judging team selected 3 standout displays to receive the Bright and Beautiful Award this year. The Stevens family at West Flippin Way was presented the Bright and Beautiful Award sponsored by Mama Koza's restaurant.
Okay, so we'll have everybody, is everybody in?
Can I get everyone to take one step to your left?
Everybody look right here.
Right up here. 1, 2.
Perfect, congratulations.
Okay. Ray Frixel at North Avenida Malaga received the Bright and Beautiful Award sponsored by Apollo Printing and Graphics. Yay! Congratulations.
Perfect, thank you, sir.
And tonight's final recipient is the Boyinger family at West Catella Avenue. They won a Bright and Beautiful Award sponsored by Boydston Realty and Property Management. Almost, yeah. Oh, like no more people are being called up. And can I get a round of applause, please, to congratulate all our winners? Thank you, and have a wonderful evening.
And can we give a round of applause for our Miss Anaheim Beautiful? It is not easy to get up here in front of all these people. She always does such a great job. Bye, Lori. So we are also recognizing someone very special today, someone whose presence has brought joy to children and families across Anaheim for more than 10 years. David Boyle recently retired after 20 years with Vons, the very one just right across the street from City Hall in our own District 3. David is known for more than just his hard work at Vons. For more than 10 years, he's been spreading holiday cheer in a truly impactful way by portraying Santa Claus at community events in Anaheim and across Orange County. Whether a neighborhood gathering or a local event, David has brought the spirit of the season to life with warmth kindness, and authenticity. His portrayal of Santa went far beyond the red suit. He gave his time, his heart, and his genuine care to bring smiles to countless faces. So on behalf of the city of Anaheim, we want to thank you, David, for bringing so much joy to our Anaheim community, and we wish you all the best on your next chapter. You know Santa? Hi, Tina. Would you like to say a few words?
Did you want to say a few words? Sure.
Yes, please.
You just come on. Hi, folks. This is my family here, from sons, daughters, grandchildren. I've always enjoyed working at Vons and playing Santa. I was asked quite a few years back to portray him, and they got me a suit for about $80, and I played it out the first week. That was a good week, all week of doing it. And then after that, I decided I'd go ahead and buy a new suit, something that's a little bit better. And I think it really helped quite a bit. But I want to thank everybody for being here. Appreciate the recognition, and I've always loved Anaheim, this area. I've been here for 21 years working and playing Santa. Thank you.
Perfect. So we'll have everybody look right here.
And good luck on your retirement. Have fun. What are you going to do? So last, we are going to recognize Dr. Ash Hakamian and his team for his efforts to care for a critically harmed dog. So thank you so much to our local veterinarian. Dr. Ash Hakamian, a veterinarian and medical director at University Veterinary Center here in Anaheim, is being recognized for his care, his compassion, and his professionalism in a heartbreaking situation. Earlier this year, a small, severely neglected dog was abandoned outside the gates of the veterinary center in a disturbing act caught on security cameras. While cases like these are hard to comprehend, what followed was a truly unique and heartwarming action. Dr. Ash and his team responded immediately, giving this dog the urgent care that he needed to survive. And mostly, he got a chance to heal and a chance to be loved. The only good thing to come from this horrible incident is that this dog ended up in the right hands with people who refused to give up on him. This moment reminds us that even in the face of cruelty, compassion can prevail. We want to thank the Anaheim Police Department for their swift investigation and arrest in this incident, and for their continued work to ensure accountability. So on behalf of the City of Anaheim, Dr. Ash, thank you for your dedication to animal welfare and for the heart you bring to your work every day. Could you please share a few words with us? Congratulations.
I don't want to blow it, so I wrote it down. Dear Mayor, City Council members, and community, thank you for having me. Growing up, I wanted nothing more than to be a veterinarian. It combined my desire to help animals and the people who stood behind them. Eventually, when I graduated veterinary school, it took me across the United States for advanced training in emergency medicine, surgery, internal medicine. Then I started working and I realized how corporate veterinary medicine has taken over our profession. I realized that's not what I wanted to do, and so I started looking to set up shop for myself. I failed many times, over and over for many years, and somehow with perseverance and a little bit of luck, I ended up in Anaheim, of all places. Being here has been an amazing journey. I now get to practice the profession that I love under my own terms and in my own community. Being in Anaheim has allowed me to be myself. It has taught me the ups and downs of running a business, entrepreneurship, and it has taught me the importance of community. This April marks our 10-year anniversary in District 2. And this recognition from the city and the support we've received from the public, the community at large, has been both amazing and extremely humbling. I'm grateful to be in Anaheim. Thank you for Mayor and City Council for all your support, the police department. Thank you for the community's support. We have heard from people in other countries after this incident. I mean, it's amazing that despite all the bad that's in the world, how many good people have come out of the woodworks to support and help in many, many different ways. Thank you for allowing me to both live and work in a city that I've learned to love. I look forward to the memories we haven't made yet, and I'm super grateful for the memories we've made so far. Thank you.
So next on our agenda is a recognition to be presented at a later date. Clerk, can you please announce?
Thank you, Mayor. We do have one this evening recognizing January 27th, 2026 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day. And we do have a representative to accept this proclamation. If Karen Warren can please step up.
I'd like to thank the Anaheim City Council for acknowledging and recognizing National Holocaust Remembrance Day. I have brought with me members of my community, Anaheim Hills, and we are all members of Temple Beth Shalom. I also have with me Sarah Schweitz. She is a treasured member of our Temple community, and she is a Holocaust survivor. Sarah is from Greece, and she lost 50 members of her family in the Holocaust. Sorry. We are living in troubling times. There are those who are deniers of the Holocaust, and there is rising anti-Semitism in our communities. It was always a mantra of the Holocaust, never again, and now we are saying never again is now. We thank you for this declaration, and I am a proud member, I'm a proud resident of Anaheim, and I will share this with my friends and with my temple. Thank you. May we have a picture? May we have a picture with the council?
Absolutely, please.
Come on in, everybody. We will have to do rows, so call our folks in the back, and then if we can have others in the front. Fun size. Perfect, perfect.
Sir?
Hang on, let us take the official one. Okay, if we can have everybody look right here, then we're gonna hold for a couple others. From the audience.
1, 2. And 1, 2.
Perfect. If we can ask you to hold for a couple more. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you all.
Just like which one's mine? So now I'd like to call to order the Anaheim Housing Authority in joint session with the City Council. Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to tonight's agendas?
Mayor, there are none.
Clerk, can you please outline the public comment procedures and call forward the first several speakers to address our agenda?
Thank you, Mayor. Speakers have one opportunity to address the City Council, except for the scheduled public hearing. The public comment period is limited to 90 minutes or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. Any time remaining of the 90 minutes will be provided to speakers who wish to speak on any non-agenda related items, but within the council's jurisdiction. A second public comment period will be opened by the mayor only if any non-agenda item speakers were not heard during this first public comment period, and it'll be open at the end of council business. The time limit for public comment is 3 minutes per speaker. Those wishing to address the City Council must complete a speaker card, which are available at the back of the council chambers. The name and contact information requested on the speaker card is optional. Any unidentified speakers will be called by the speaker card number. At this time, I'd also like to announce that Spanish interpreting services are provided at every City Council meeting. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is provided through the use of headsets, and consecutive interpretation is available to anyone who would like to address the City Council. For translation services in other languages, we please ask to contact the City Clerk's office at least 48 hours prior to the scheduled meeting. At this time, I'd like to introduce our interpreter who will make the same announcement in Spanish.
Buenas tardes. La ciudad provee servicios de interpretación al español a las juntas del Consejo. La interpretación simultánea al español se ofrece por medio del uso de audífonos y la interpretación consecutiva también está disponible para cualquiera quien desee dirigirse al ayuntamiento. Para servicios de interpretación en otros idiomas, por favor comuníquese con la oficina de la ciudad, el City Clerk, con lo menos 48 horas antes de la junta programada. Gracias.
At this time, on behalf of the City Council, we would like to remind the public that Anaheim remains committed to freedom of speech, and we ask that speakers address the City Council with civility and refrain from making personal, threatening, abusive, slanderous, or profane remarks towards any member of the council, staff, or general public. We appreciate you reflecting this spirit when you speak. The time now is 5:54, with the 90-minute public comment set to conclude at 7:24, or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. We do ask for speakers to line up at the podium once they see their name appear on the projection screen behind me. And the first three speakers to address the City Council is Kenneth Batiste, Janice Heckel, and R. Joshua Collins. If they can step forward at this time.
giving honor to God, those on the council that are serving the God of the people. It's talking about housing. I'd like everybody in the room to just Google what is the third most expensive city in America. And they will come up with Anaheim. It says right here, the average house is $1.45 million. The average 2-bedroom is $3,000 a month. It says that the cost of living in Anaheim is roughly 56 to 59% higher than the national average. And we wonder why we need housing stability. We don't have enough housing, plus we don't have the rules to protect those that are in housing. Those of us that are blessed, let's make sure we get it straight, blessed, because we're only one hit upside the head from not being there, to have our home. But it's not about just us. I'm gonna tell you what my father said one day, and I never forgot it. He went ahead and he said this, life is like this. One day, everybody had to cross a river to get to the other side. He said one day somebody crossed that river and built a bridge back to make it easier for everybody else to come through over the river. We got ICE in our neighborhoods, terrorizing. We just got through going ahead and talking about the Remembrance Day for the Holocaust. Well, excuse me, we got right now a Holocaust driving in our backyard. And it seems like the people who are not ready to stand up to the Constitution and defy the real rule of law. The point of it is this right here. We got, what did it take to go ahead and get rent control in Anaheim? We look for our city council. We look for our leaders to go ahead and do this. Never will they do it because the special interests want everything to keep growing up. But we just put in a measure to get rent control at the index of inflation for the residents of Anaheim, the ones that are not fortunate enough to go ahead and be blessed enough so they can go ahead and have stability in their family and their kids can go ahead and live up and grow here. We are looking at the city council. Special interests is tearing Anaheim apart. They go ahead and they say, oh, well, it's so good, it's so good. You're right, it's good if you're on this half. What happened when you're on the other half? And if we on that half, we don't turn our backs on the people on the other half? We got to go ahead and make sure that, guess what? The next person that ICE picks up is our relative. Our relatives. We have to do stuff to protect our resident. And if
Mr.
you're
Batiste,
not
I'm
doing
sorry,
that,
your time is
then
up.
you're not doing your job. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Aitken and members of the Anaheim City Council. As you know, I'm Janice Heckel, and I'm the Executive Director of the Anaheim Community Foundation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight regarding item 1 on the Housing Authority consent calendar. The foundation is deeply grateful for your time, your thoughtful consideration, and your continued commitment to the people of Anaheim. The property at 883 South Anaheim Boulevard represents more than just office space for us. It represents hope, stability, and opportunity. It would allow us to establish a permanent home and create a hub where nonprofit organizations can come to better serve our residents in need. Every day we see families, seniors, veterans, and individuals who rely on community organizations for support. For many nonprofits, finding affordable and reliable space is one of their biggest challenges. Approval of this lease would ease that burden and allow them to focus on what truly matters, helping people. This space would become a place for collaboration, problem solving, and compassion. A place where ideas turn into action and where lives are truly touched and changed. On behalf of our board, our partners, and the residents we serve, I respectfully ask for your support of this lease. We are committed to being good stewards of this space and continued strong partners of the City of Anaheim. Thank you for your leadership, your service, and for believing in our mission to build community through people, partnerships, and pride. Thank you.
Our next speaker, our Joshua Collins.
Good afternoon. My name is R. Joshua Collins, founder of Homeless Advocates for Christ on Facebook. And first, I just want to encourage everyone to give their life to Jesus Christ, who died on the cross for us to save us from hell, to give us everlasting life. You know, tomorrow's not promised, and we should definitely be living for eternal values. We've all sinned. We all need a Savior. Only Jesus can save us from that horrible place called hell. And Jesus cared so much about the poor and wanted us to as well. James chapter 2 and verse 5 through 7 talks about the poor are rich in faith and heir of God's kingdom, and encourages us not to mistreat or discriminate against the poor. And then verse 6 talks about, you've dishonored the poor. Is it not the rich who oppress you? Are they not the ones who are dragging you into court? Are they not the ones blaspheming the noble name of him to whom you are called? That's Christ. So I want to talk about something that 43 other countries have implemented, including Sweden, Finland, Denmark, Norway, Germany, Austria, Switzerland, France, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Estonia, and Latvia. And this is called a day fine system. And also LA in 2026 is going to do an income-based traffic fine system, but something that could help a lot of the poor people, the poor residents, because equal fines are not equal punishment. A flat speeding ticket of $200, it might be an inconvenience for a wealthy person, but could be a serious hardship for low-income people and could cost them their rent, their food, their utilities. Each additional dollar matters more to someone with less money than to someone with more. Losing $200 when you're struggling can change real-life outcomes. And in contrast, losing $200 when you're wealthy often doesn't change behavior at all. So this day fine system, you can look it up online. They use day units, basically 1 day of income. They determine how many days of income for whatever your offense is. So it would impact the rich in the same way, right, as far as the poor. It would be a deterrent, right? Deterrent fails for the rich, right? It stops being a deterrent for the rich because they don't, a $200 fine doesn't mean nothing to them. But it becomes very, very difficult for the poor. Paying the fine may mean missing other bills. Missed payments can lead to late fees, license suspension, job loss. The punishment escalates far beyond the original offense for the poor. So we definitely need some kind of system like this, an income-based system, because true justice aims for proportional impact, not identical treatment. True fairness often means proportionality, not sameness. So that's what I'm going to ask to be put on the agenda for the city of Anaheim. LA, like I said, has already started working on this. All these other countries, we are way behind, and this would help people could stay off the street as well. So I really hope that you guys will think about this and work towards this, because this way everyone will feel the penalty, everyone will be equally deterred, and no one is punished into poverty. Thank you for letting me share.
Our next speaker, Paul Hayek.
We need a group like this to help us with our homeless and those that want to work. We need a place where they can come in, have a place where they can leave their gear and yet get day labor, work today, pay today, cash. As a former independent, when I needed help, I went to the state employment, got the guys, I paid them cash, and they worked real good for me. At one point, I had 2 guys that were regulars when they were in town. They'd even walk up to me and say, when you got anything cooking? If I got something in the works? And I did all kinds of work.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes speakers on agenda items. We will now move forward to general comments, and we have 24 speaker cards. Our first speaker, Mark Richard Daniels, followed by Charlotte Knighton, and then Janine Robbins.
Microphone. Good evening, everyone. There's so much going on in the world that I just can't even, it's getting to the point where I don't even want to turn the TV on. I don't know if any of you feel that way. But when you go to your comments at the end of the meeting, when each of the council members, the mayor, you each speak on, the
the latest opening of some latte or some restaurant or something like that. I would hope that you take the time to kind of switch gears a little bit and focus on what's going on in our community with the homeless situation, with a lot of the rent situation. That is, I'm like right there, and that take the time to focus on what's going on in our world. We got the Minneapolis thing that just, I haven't checked the news lately, but this has become like some kind of a occupation. You were talking about the Holocaust. This is like in present day, a takeover of an American city by this regime, and that's what I call it. I don't call it an administration, it's a regime. And it's gotten to the point where more people are gonna die. I'll just tell you that right now. There's gonna be so much heartache before we come to the other end of this. This is absolute a nightmare in the history of our nation, not since the Civil War in the 1860s have I seen or witnessed, and that's just in the history books. If you look at what's going on this very moment, and we have a president, if you want to call him that, that's unhinged, that is absolute a disaster. And I would hope that when you take your time to mention what's going on in each of your districts, that you take time to please point out the fact that we're in a dangerous time right now. And it's not gonna be, it's gonna get worse. I'm afraid I sound like the, doom and gloom, but it's just, it's gonna be a disaster before it gets better. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker.
Mayor Akins, City Council meeting members.
Ma'am, can you bring down the microphone?
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. Mayor Akers and City Council members, myself and 430 residents of Anaheim, thank you for repairing the Olive Hills tennis courts. You heard us, and we thank you. We have kids, seniors, and young adults now playing on these courts. We're all very happy. The courts were repaired. They weren't resurfaced. So let's look at, let's not forget, in the near future, resurfacing the courts. But I thank you again, and you have a nice evening.
Janine Robbins, followed by Mike Robbins.
Anaheim. You would expect Anaheim, home to Disneyland, the happiest place on earth, to be the best place to live. Instead, when the curtains are pulled back, the city is shown to be a corruption-ridden house of horrors. The city of Anaheim holds the #1 spot in Orange County for homeless deaths. It's not a good thing. It's a horrible spot to be in. Today, at the Board of Supervisors, we learned that the city of Anaheim has another #1 trophy. They are #1 for human trafficking, sex trafficking. With a little research, I found that it's due to the tourism industry. Disneyland, the Convention Center, Angel Stadium, Honda Center, and probably the new OC Vibe will increase that too. This afternoon, another door in the haunted house was open, otherwise known as City Hall. It was open for the Workers' Compensation Department. Seems to me you have another illegal operation going on. Employees working without pay, working after hours, working through lunch, working through their breaks, all just to keep up with their workload. Why, you wonder, is this allowed? Well, let's see. It appears that there are not enough employees. Why, you wonder? Are there not enough employees? Well, it seems that the city is broke. So just go ahead and break employee law. I'll put that on Vanderpool's head since he is the corrupt boss of the city. So if it's happening in one department, we have to assume it's happening in more, if not all departments. For example, we know that corruption thrives in Anaheim PD with under Vanderpool's direction, under his direction, for God's sakes. Chief Cisneros worked hand in hand with Vanderpool to hide important data in police reports regarding Jordan Brandman. Important data like his name. His name was withheld. If he had received the necessary help, perhaps he would be alive today. But no, you hid the data. You let it happen. It happened under your watch. How dare you guys? How dare you? How dare you support corruption like this? Tell us, what is going on in this city while you guys are taking goddamn pictures?
Next speaker, Mike Robbins, followed by Stephanie Mercante.
I'm the husband of Janine, Mike Robbins. We made up some signs. I made up thousands of signs for different items and things over the last few decades. It's so hard to do them when you're measuring it all out and making them up like this. But obviously, that we're not doing anything about ridding any corruption here. So that we should probably just change that. Make Anaheim corrupt, right? 96. That was a good one. 96 mentions in the jail report. $1.5 million. Well, we threw that away. Transparency. I don't know what to say about that. There's no transparency. But what we seem to have is the same cabal and different faces. And we have a dirtbag for a manager. I'm using the word dirtbag. Of course, you could, I said a land shark in a silk suit. I thought that was a great one too. But I'm going to use dirtbag because you need a really heavy dirtbag to hold down the canopy of corruption. So you need him, right? You guys, Kristen Moss, Natalie Meeks, you need him because he's part of what holds down what you need. And until we get rid of that, until we step back. And I do have to say that signs take forever to make, but we spent thousands of hours working on the sale of Angel Stadium and thousands of dollars to stop it. To see that we haven't moved ahead from that is just disastrous for us. No thank you for your help.
Members of the council, residents of Anaheim, the JL Group report did not reveal a few isolated issues. It revealed a pattern of influence, access, and decision-making that consistently bypassed the public. The report's references make that clear. Disney, 102 mentions. Rob Favela, 117 mentions. Jim Vanderpool, 96 mentions. Greg Garcia, 80 mentions. Ted White, 79 mentions. Stephen Fessel, 58 mentions. Carrie Nocella, 42 mentions. Mike Leister, 21 mentions. Debbie Moreno, 2 mentions. This is not a random list. It is a map of how power operates in Anaheim and has operated. One name on that list, the city manager, carries particular weight, not because he is solely responsible, but because the scope of the position itself. The city manager oversees 11 departments, nearly 3,000 employees, and a budget of roughly $2.4 billion. The role shapes policy, influences major projects, and sets the tone for the entire organization. When someone in that position appears nearly 100 times in a corruption investigation, it underscores how deeply the system itself needs examination.
But tonight is not about one person. Focusing only on the city manager risks missing the larger issue. Anaheim has a structural transparency problem. Residents have repeatedly had to use the public records requests to uncover information that should have been shared freely. Major deals were shaped long before the public had any opportunity to weigh in. Accountability has come from outside pressure, not internal standards. If Anaheim wants to rebuild trust, it must address the culture that produced these numbers, a culture where certain voices had extraordinary access, where major decisions were influenced behind the scenes, and where the public was too often an afterthought. Replacing one official will not fix that. Leaving the underlying system untouched will guarantee that the same problems return. Tonight, I'm asking the council to commit to something broader than any single contract or position. Commit to genuine transparency, commit to independent oversight, commit to rebuilding a structure where people's interests come first. Anaheim deserves a government that earns trust through actions. The JL report provided a detailed roadmap of what went wrong. The responsibility now lies with this council to decide what comes next.
Our next speaker, Ruben Greg Soto, followed by David Polito.
Mayor, City Council, Christmas holidays, believe in Santa Claus. Easter Bunny, believe in the Easter Bunny, he has risen. Believe in God, seeing is believing. Have you seen the Easter Bunny? Have you seen Santa Claus? Have you seen God? Okay? Now, apostles, the 12 apostles Jesus appointed 12 apostles, criminals. Now, I think myself, they should have been women. Women give life, men take life in the name of Jesus in war. Okay? That's my feeling. A woman has a connection with a baby, and men just don't. What they did to me was terrible, cops and everybody. But look at me now. I never give up, okay? I got my head busted, I got punched, I got staples, stitches in my head, my arm, my rotor cup torn apart over some dumb idiots. And the cops are behind it. Disneyland security's behind it. Okay, now, this forgiveness that these churches say, you gotta forgive many times what people do to you. That's a crock of crap. That doesn't make no sense. Why would Jesus do that when he's about love? They do it on purpose, what they did to me. And they might think I'm Jesus. No, I don't think so. I'm a human being. I'm a man. And I'm not gonna take and turn my other cheek, and I'm gonna hit you back and turn your cheek, see if you walk away, okay? Now, that's really abuse, what they did to me, and stupid, okay? Now, my First Amendment had been violated, freedom of speech, freedom of religion. I have not laugh out loud, law of land that I have. Now, all this is like really bad. I'm born in USA, the good USA. I'm treated like a refugee. Worked all my life, paid my taxes and my child support. And you know what? They did me wrong, and they're gonna pay. Now, being at that, you say about humanity for a dog. How about humanity for me, a human being, a man? Okay? That was really like hitting my heart, like what the heck? Okay, now B. Bellina sent me an email on a thing that I said, the reason why I'm being attacked because I do the right thing. I turn in whatever I know. I made the deal with the public defenders here in Fullerton and in Riverside that stop and arrest me for nothing. I'll give you all the information to get real money and real criminals instead of messing with me. And I sit over there in Fullerton. There's like 2 busloads of criminals going over there.
Mr. Soto, your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker, David Polito, followed by Abraham Q.
All right. My name is David Polito. I'm a resident of Santa Ana and a member of Community Service Organization, Orange County. We fight for Chicano self-determination and community control of the police. That's right. We demand justice for the police killing of Albert Arzola. We demand the release of the full, unedited body camera video and audio of all officers from the incident. The family also demands the immediate release of the autopsy report. Now, as you have heard for weeks, but I will repeat for folks who are new to this, Albert Arzola was only 19 years old when he was ambushed by two Anaheim PD officers who leapt out of an unmarked vehicle with guns drawn and chased him to his home. One officer dragged Albert backwards by his hoodie, shooting him in the back and killing him in front of his 14-year-old cousin. Shame. When horrified members of his family came out to see what happened, Anaheim PD detained them for hours in the cold night at the scene of their crime. Officers did not give immediate medical attention to Albert, and instead of providing answers, they have been evading responsibility and blaming the victim with racist justifications and lies. Albert was a loved family member, a hardworking resident of Anaheim with a bright future, and he should be alive today. This is why the full unedited body camera footage is just a basic starting point for accountability. The public has a right to know exactly what really happened, and the family has the right to see the autopsy report. The police killing of Albert Arzola is not an isolated incident. It belongs to a long pattern of racist killings of Chicanos and other oppressed peoples, not only in Anaheim, but in Orange County and the American Southwest. You've heard directly from Albert's family for weeks, and you will hear them again tonight. You've heard from people like Donna Acevedo, whose son Joel Acevedo was killed by Anaheim PD in 2012. That year alone, Anaheim PD killed at least 7 Chicanos. And just last year in Santa Ana, our police department killed Noel Rodriguez, Henry Gonzalez Jr., Jose Velasquez, and Freddie Washington, brutalizing many more. So this is a widespread problem right here too. The truth is that, despite what you all do, because you have your little presentations, you celebrate the police. The police are used to terrorize and oppress our communities. That's why we fight for community control of the police. We have a basic right to decide on police matters, everything from their policies to their budget to the power to hire and fire and jail
Mr.
killer
Polito,
cops.
your time is up.
Justice for Albert Arzola.
Our next speaker.
Justice for Albert Arzola.
Our next speaker, Abraham Q. For our next speaker,
Abraham
please step
Q?
forward.
Are you here, Abraham Q?
Good evening, city staff. My name is Abraham. I live in Santa Ana as well. I'm a member of Community Service Organization Orange County. We are here to support families who have lost loved ones to police violence and demand justice alongside them. We are here to demand justice for Albert Arzola. We are standing in solidarity with the family of 19-year-old Albert Arzola, an Anaheim resident who lived just minutes walking away from this chamber. When I visited the site of the shooting the very next day, I saw roughly 100 community members there, gathered to mourn a person who supported his family endlessly. Someone who, when I spoke to everyone in the neighborhood, they knew who he was, and they respected his caring nature. Anaheim PD is also no stranger to escalating violence and presenting misleading and even false narratives. In 2012, as David mentioned, Officer Kelly Phillips executed, not murdered, executed Joey Acevedo after officers escalated a stop sign violation to a vehicle pursuit. One witness even testified that officers held Acevedo down when Officer Phillips put a bullet in his head. That same year, Anaheim PD officer Nick Benelak shot and killed Manuel Diaz, who was running away from officers chasing him. Yet the officer got away with the murder because he feared for his life, again, as Manuel Diaz ran away from them. Shame! In Albert Arzola's case, an Anaheim gang unit was on patrol and escalated a tagging situation to the killing, the murder of a 19-year-old Anaheim resident. Shame! They dragged all the occupants of his home out. They left children in handcuffs on a sidewalk without access to restrooms or warm clothing for hours on a cold winter night. Shame! The community has rightly since responded with outrage. We demand the release of all unedited body camera footage from all the officers involved that night. We want the names of the officers involved, and we demand justice for Albert Arzola.
Our next speaker, Nathaniel Lozano.
My name is Nathaniel Lozano. I'm a resident of Buena Park and a member of the Community Service Organization of Orange County. I'm here to be in support of the family of Albert Arzola, who I'm deeply sorry for their loss and my deepest condolences to them. They deserve true justice for the police killing of Albert Arzola. They deserve, at bare minimum, accountability from the Anaheim PD for their unjustly inhumane killing of him. We demand the release of full and unedited body camera video and audio of all officers present in this state-sanctioned violent act. Anaheim PD, along with all other police departments across this country, commit violent acts daily, terrorizing communities. The policies, practices, and people of power within these police departments allow these inhumane acts to occur with no intention of slowing down and don't care to right their wrongs, don't care to take accountability of the department and their officers. They don't care to reflect upon their acts of terror and the trauma that they have inflicted on these families. This is a systemic issue and what the police is built on. For example, 2 Anaheim Police Department officers ambushed Albert and immediately drew their guns and chased him into his home, dragging him and shooting him in the back, face down in front of a 14-year-old family member. Why is the immediate response is to draw guns when the officers are trained to apprehend without weapons? Why is the immediate act to shoot a man face down when they are obviously not a threat and outnumbered? Why was a man killed in front of a child when that puts the child themselves in harm's way? Where is the protection for the community? Where is the training that their tax dollars go to ensure their safety? At their own home, after this traumatic act, the family members are detained for hours, and instead of being allowed to care for Albert, even worse, they have testified that the officers didn't give immediate CPR or wound care to Albert. They're trained to do so. They are paid to care and protect their community. Where was it? This is police culture. To kill first is police culture, especially the Chicana X and Black communities. Families are tired, traumatized, and in fear of their own that they will become a victim of police violence by Anaheim PD and across the United States. Do you know this feeling? Do you live in this fear? Have you talked to these families not only as an official but as a human being? The community and affected families should have a right to decide these police matters, like policies and firing or jailing cops who commit violence and killings, especially when you're supposed to serve the public. At this moment, you guys have the power.
Sir, your time is up. Mr. Lozano, your time is
You
up.
have the power to be creative with these policies and involve and
Mr.
protect
Lozano,
your
I'm sorry, your
community.
time is up.
Que viva.
Now I have to follow that. Totally different subject. Hello, City Council and Mayor. Thank you for being here this evening. My name is Andrew Winger, and I'm a resident of Anaheim, represented by all of you. I attended the last City Council meeting when the festival project was discussed and left in disbelief at how it went. On one side, you had a parade of residents who were essentially begging for the safety of their families during the next evacuation. On the same but other side, you had the Carpenters Union who were focused on their economic interests. Much to my surprise, the union's concerns visibly resonated with much of the City Council when evacuation concerns didn't have the same reception. As I watched the conversation unfold, it was clear that the residents focused on personal stories when this meeting called for detailed facts. The stories that had traction for Deer Canyon didn't make the same impact this time. But that wasn't the only group who made a strategic mistake. The developer underestimated the city council's commitment to the Carpenters Union. After the public comment, the citizens were fully reliant on the city council to ask the right questions. There were times where facts were wrong, questioning fell flat, and could have benefited from the feedback of experienced local residents. Don't get me wrong, I know you were doing your best, but you can't possibly have all the answers to this complex subject. For example, during an emergency evacuation, westbound traffic on Serrano is forced down Knoll Ranch Road. The city of Orange stops traffic from continuing on Serrano to protect its own evacuation routes. That constraint fundamentally changes evacuation modeling. Another example, when you overlay Anaheim and Orange's Know Your Way plans, maps, there's a loopback condition where traffic diverted from Knoll Ranch Road could be routed back towards Knoll Ranch Road due to ambiguity in the plans. That's a serious coordination gap. These are just two of the many issues related to the traffic modeling, impact studies, and methodology that residents are prepared to discuss. What I'm asking for tonight is a commitment from the city council to ensure that we're allowed to speak when festival is on the agenda. It didn't seem certain at the end of last meeting. You've awarded the developer an additional time to regroup and address the city council again to fix their strategic mistake. Basically, they got a mulligan. The same courtesy should be awarded to those who have an actual stake in this project. Will you please commit to allowing us to speak on the festival agenda items in the future? Thank you.
Next speaker, Melina Martinez, followed by Matthew Duncan.
Good evening, everybody. I'm here to talk about public transportation. Public transportation is vital in Orange County. It gives people the opportunity to get to their jobs, education, healthcare, and other essential services. For many, especially low-income households, people with disabilities, student, and other transit-based individuals, buses are a necessity. However, wait time consists of 30 minutes or more, which reduces the effectiveness of the OCTA's bus system. Cutting it to 15 minutes would significantly benefit riders and also the community. Public transportation in the U.S. unequally serves individuals and families with limited mobility options and economic resources. Across major metropolitan regions, bus and rail riders are far more likely to be low income than the general population. Bus riders are about 4 more times likely to live in poverty, and roughly 65% report having no access to a private vehicle for their trip. About 8% of transit riders also report a disability that also significantly affects mobility, highlighting how important transit is for reaching jobs and other vital services. To push this further, in Orange County, these trends are even more pronounced. According to a 2024 OCTA Origin Destination Survey, 94.5% of OCTA riders identified as low income and 86.9% identified as minorities. These figures show that OCTA's fixed route bus system primarily serves residents who depend on reliable public transit to meet their daily routines and needs. Many OC bus routes run every 30 minutes or more during peak and off-peak hours, intervals that may appear tolerable on a schedule, but in practice translate into long, uncertain waits at bus stops. Even brief delays or missed connections add to total travel time, hurting those who cannot just drive instead. As a senior myself, I use OCTA bus often, and I know multiple students that rely on public transportation, especially with the rise of ICE activity in our community. Many parents are afraid to take their own children to school. With California already being an expensive state with the new graduating class needing transportation to head to school and work, public transportation becomes vital in our community. I ask that the city of Anaheim connects and reaches out to OCTA and make sure that some form of change is accomplished. Thank you.
Next speaker, Matthew Duncan.
Matthew Duncan, California Wildlife Protection Alliance. Most of what we hear now in the media, both locally and nationally, is just awful. and deservedly so. So I do appreciate the city recognizing Dr. Ash Hakamian and his team for treating the seriously injured little dog who was abused here in Anaheim recently. And as one who regularly speaks to the council about the city's treatment of wildlife, specifically the trapping and gassing of 84 coyotes that have been killed in this city until the California Department of Fish and Wildlife intervened and enforced state trapping regulation 465.5 G3 about almost exactly a year ago, at which time the city began actually respecting that regulation after ignoring my attempts for you to follow it for the previous more than a year. But the warden has a lot more weight. And so because of that, the city has not trapped or gassed a coyote since, according to your own records, since October of 2024. No coyotes trapped during 25. So I recognize you, doctor. We need more like you. You are a hero. And I recognize you in remembrance of the song dogs killed by the city of Anaheim, with no evidence that any of them were aggressive toward humans. Did they attack some unattended, free-roaming outdoor cats? Yes. Whose fault is that? It's not the fault of the coyotes. So I finish by just saying, for all dogs, thank you.
Our next speaker to step forward.
I just wanted to start this off by saying rest in peace to Bianca Escobar. She recently passed away a couple of days ago from a drunk driver from pretty close to the freeway. And when I saw about it on the news, I understood that I was going to speak this weekend. I wanted to pay my remorse because it's a very serious situation. And also today I'm in support for Albert Arzola. It's been 2 weeks now since Albert's life has been, or not 2 weeks, it's going to be 2 months and in a week by now since Albert has passed away. And I just would like to know why no life-saving measures were taken immediately. From one clip from the moment Albert is hit, it flash forwards 10 minutes later. 10 minutes after getting shot, that's crucial. The body begins to go into shock and starts shutting down. And it seems that at that point, it's a cold-blooded murder. Because it's not normal to say your coworker killed a man today at his house. That's not something that you should say going home. And I would just like to know if his partner has also been put on leave because he has witnessed one of the most traumatizing events. And I don't feel like it's safe to have someone on that was there that night in the exact same position as him. And I would just like to know what was the difference between the two officers? When you watch the tape, you see one officer run out of the car like it was a 40-yard dash, while you see the other officer lightly jog. By that time, Albert's already dead. By the time he makes contact, it's pretty severe, and it seemed like it was just untrained. To then raid the house, I mean, that's just pretty shameful. To raid Albert's house with all his family inside it, I would just like to know who approved it, because he was just a 19-year-old kid, a week from his birthday. Barely 19, he might as well have been 18 still. I would just like to know if it was Manny Sid, was it court judge? I would like to know. This is public info. This is something that should be shared with us. That is all. Thank you.
Our next speaker, step forward.
Good evening, council members, mayor, and staff. I am here again to demand the entire unedited videos of the officer-involved shooting that took place on December 6th be released now. Albert Arzola was a resident of Anaheim who had just celebrated his 19th birthday. He worked for the Honda Center and he loved the Anaheim Ducks. As a youth, he was exploring the world of work where he developed an interest in culinary arts. Albert's hopes and dreams were shattered by an unjustified act by an extensively trained gang unit officer who reportedly was dispatched to investigate graffiti. The information that has been released just affirms that this never should have been resorted to the officer drawing his weapon from his vehicle. This just shows that there was an intent to cause harm without remaining calm. Police officers need to learn how to de-escalate. If not, they should not be a police officer. Asking the important questions and gathering evidence if it was just graffiti. All the necessary to prevent future graffiti, and that does not warrant a death sentence. This behavior places the public at risk. My daughter is the same age as Albert. It breaks my heart to see anyone deal with this unimaginable pain of losing a child. We do not wish this pain on anyone, nor should you. And if we can prevent another incident like this from happening again, why not? Do not take us back to the 2012, where in just that year, there was 5 fatal officer deaths, officer-involved incidents. And the only way you can convince us that you will not take us backwards is through your actions. Release the unedited videos now. We want a fair and transparent investigation for Albert Arzola's family and the community of Anaheim, and we will not give up on the urgency to get all this information released to the public so you can reassure all of us that transparency and public safety do matter in Anaheim.
The next speaker, Veronica Mejia, followed by Grace A. If Grace A can please line up at the podium.
Evening, Honorable Mayor, Honorable City Council members, and Anaheim community. Last month, I stood before you to share my daughter Mia's Mejia story. I return tonight still with a heavy heart, but one filled with immense gratitude. Thank you for all adjourning the meeting in tribute to Mia. It was a profound act of reverence that our family deeply felt. We received the certificate of memorial. While it does break our heart to see Mia's name in a context we never imagined, we are profoundly grateful to the City of Kindness for saying Mia's name. I want to extend a special thank you to Council Member, excuse me my pronunciation, Mas, for requesting the certificate and the installation of 988 signage through our public spaces. By making help visible, you have given us the hope of another family might be spared from this pain. In honor of Mia, her friends have created keychains that say hope. I would like to offer these to you as token of gratitude. May they serve a reminder that even in your most challenging moments, you should hold on to hope. Thank you for honoring Mia's memory and for being willing to help save lives. Thank you and have a great night.
Our next speaker, and if Ariana Avalos could please line up at the podium.
Hello, my name is Grace Arzola. Like I promised, I'm going to be back until you guys release the 2 unedited body
cameras and until the autopsy is released, you guys have it. Come on, be transparent. Norma, this happened in your district. You have not bothered to meet with us or give us at least an explanation of what happened. Because that night we met with you with the Anaheim PD, you had a pre-written statement, did not bother to make eye contact with the mother of the victim, which is very sad. Very, very sad. But the good thing is that you guys all run for re-election, and I'll make sure that I show up and let people know who's representing their district. We're also asking for an independent investigation, and it's not okay to investigate yourself. That is not okay. Not sure if you guys are a person of faith, but Luke 18 talks about an unjust judge who did not fear God nor care for the person he served. But this woman kept on coming back, asking for justice. And the judge only helped her because she came to insist for justice. We will come back and insist for justice for my nephew because he deserved better. He deserved better. I'm not sure if you guys are parents or have someone that you guys have raised as a child, but let me tell you guys what the police, Anaheim PD did. Anaheim PD asked my sister-in-law to get, you guys say decorum, the F back inside the house, which is also on the video that you guys released, you're selected, with their guns pointing. What mother is forced to go back inside the house, gave her son the blessings because she knew that was gonna be the last time. She saw him breathing and her last words for him was, "You're gonna be okay." He was not okay. And neither are none of us okay with what happened. And then you guys handcuffed my brother for hours and he had to watch his lifeless son lay on the floor. What kind of heart do you guys have? My brother had not committed a crime there. There was no need for you guys to handcuff him and watch his lifeless son lay on the ground. Shame on you guys, and shame on the Anaheim Police Department for hiding this. This is embarrassing. I pray to the Lord because he says whatever's done in the darkness will come to light. I pray to God that whatever was done in the darkness comes to light, because I go back and that wall is painted. The wall that was graffiti, but my nephew is gone from my life forever. Shame on you guys.
Shame on you. At his own house.
And I'll be back in 2 weeks. Good evening, City Council. I am here on behalf of the Arzola family. As an individual with a background of education, I am highly prepared on how to do factual research. So let me give you some facts about your city. First fact is Anaheim PD is rated 9th out of 60 PDs, research coming from the FBI and ACLU database. 9th out of 60, deadliest. Second fact, from 2003 to 2016, there was a total of 33 deaths caused by officers. 29 of those were from gunshot wounds. Third fact, 40% of those individuals killed by police officers were unarmed. Fourth fact, 55% of those killings had an officer who had already been involved in at least one other death. So please tell me why we continue to keep these officers on the task force. Please tell the community what tactical approaches have you changed? Because from where I stand and the community stands, we see no change. Let me continue with some more facts. Fifth fact, 77% of Anaheim's population is part of a minority group. Sixth fact, 12.5% of Anaheim's population live in poverty. According to Anaheim PD, they were patrolling a heavily gang area, an excuse they used to justify their killings every time. But no, they were patrolling 77% of Anaheim's minority group. City council members, are you saying it is okay for Anaheim PD to continue to harass 77% of Anaheim's population? Are you saying that because of where they live, color of their skin, they are guilty by association? Are you saying that 77% of your Anaheim residents' life doesn't matter. The Arzola family and I also demand an independent investigation. Over 3,000 counties have independent investigations for officer-involved shootings. Why would we want the same people that did the killing to investigate themselves? Where is the common sense in that? California passed a bill in 2020 called AB 1506, which requires the DOJ to investigate officers involved shootings to help trust with the community. The Arzola family also demands the release of the full unedited body cam footage with audio from all officers on the scene from beginning to end. We also want the names of the officers. You guys were so quick to release the name of the victim, and I repeat, the victim, but not of the two suspected officers. City council members, instead of sitting and waiting for a check from Disney, start taking care of your residents before you guys start writing checks to them because of Anaheim PD.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Norma.
Ma'am?
Natalie.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time is up.
You guys have all received a check from Disney.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Do what's right for Anaheim residents and not what's right for your pockets.
Thank you. Your time is
City
up.
council, are your...
Ma'am, your time is up. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next speaker?
Our next speaker, Leslie Lopez, followed by Art Castillo.
On December 6th, the Anaheim Police Department killed Alberto Arzola. He posed no threat. He was pulled by the collar and shot on his own lawn, a place where the police should have never been in the first place. From everything that has been released, it is clear that your officers are not properly trained. In the video provided, Alberto was not engaging in any tagging activity, yet he was the one to lose his life. Tagging, whether suspected or not, should never be a reason someone dies. What this shows is a serious failure in your training and de-escalation skills. These officers did not know how to properly respond in even a very basic situation. Alberto did not commit a crime, and I want to emphasize that. Alberto did not commit a crime. Ask yourself this: how would you feel if your child lost their life because an officer didn't know how to de-escalate a situation? The officer responsible for the killing should have never be free to walk the streets again, let alone continue to be paid by the taxpayers. And if a civilian was to commit the same act, would you let us go home and spend the holidays with our family and face no consequences? I don't think so. And if this had happened to your child, would you be okay knowing that no life-saving measures were taken? Let me be very clear about the severity of this. Imagine hearing a gunshot outside your home, running out, seeing your child lying there, taking their final breath. Would you try to do everything possible to save them? I'm pretty sure you guys would. This is exactly what Alberto's parents tried to do until they were told, stay the fuck back or we will shoot you too. Is this how you guys want your officers to respond to a situation like this? Albert was dragged, like if he was an animal, onto the sidewalk where they left his lifeless body there until 4 in the morning. For the entire community to see, not only were the people forced to witness his death, but they also cut my cousin's clothes off and traumatized everyone around. If you were wondering how I know this, it's because I was there, waiting until my baby cousin was finally taken. This is unacceptable. I'm asking the council to push for an independent investigation. A police department should never be able to investigate itself, especially when a life has been taken. I'm also asking for meaningful changes, better training, real accountability, and for the officers involved to be held accountable. This must never happen to another family. That night, you guys all went home to your family safely. That same night, my heart was torn apart, knowing that I will never see my baby cousin again because of an untrained, reactive officer who should never be entrusted with the power to swear that they swear to use to protect and serve. Right now, it feels like we need protection from them because they don't know what they're doing and they don't know the effect that they have on people's lives. It's sad. And Norma, you look like one of us and you're not supporting your people. That's shameful. You should do something to protect everyone.
I'm sorry, your time is up. Art Castillo. Art Castillo, followed by Vance Disney.
I'm just listening to this. This is a repeat. I go back 50 years ago, and this was happening, and those people never got justice for their sons. I knew every one of them, and they come up to you. It's like they're saying hello to you, or they say a cop wants to kill me. And I said, there's nothing I can do, but I'm in the community. And then a few weeks later, they kill them. And then I can't, and then when I go to the courts and I go with the attorneys in there, they're telling me, look at what we're under. We can't make justice. We're prohibited. So there's a flaw in our system. And I've been trying to not get upset with things, but because I think there's always a better place and there's good officers. And we had a good officer once, and he talked about 2 young boys getting beat up at different times, and they fired him, and they didn't support him. He's a hero. But you know what? And in all this, I had documents that say things. These are police documents. I have police officers telling me that guy shouldn't be on the force. So I'm going to let this out of the bag. A lot of officers, I'm not going to say their names, they beat kids up. I caught them. I had a talk with them. And I said, you should respect them. They're not turning you in. They're not coming to city council and putting your name. So you know what? They should respect them back. And you know what? They said, thank you. They said thank you. So you know what? They're ordered to do so. And they march in houses and apartments. Every day they would come in, and they're probably doing it today. They break in and they put guns on little kids. And the loved one, the person that's not, the one's in trouble is not there. What they do is they don't care. They know the person's not there, and they go and terrorize homes and apartment complexes. Oh my gosh. You guys probably weren't either, you were younger then by that time. But this was happening on a regular basis. And there's a lot of documentations of police tampering with evidence. So there's a lot of that going on, even with the coroner. And I have a couple of cases on that, which is really scary, that the people in the public don't get to see all what I got to see. And how do I even come here to say it? And I don't know who's in charge. My last thing is, I don't know who's in, but you guys are supposed to be the ones in charge. Over here, they seem to cover up. So that's my problem. I've been coming here since I was 17 years old. And I have been seeing it on a daily basis, not just here and there. So these are your people in your district areas. And, to me, it's not to argue or fight, it's to get justice. And all those other mothers, they didn't get any closure with their son's death. So this is something terrible. And I'm just gonna say, I was coming to say something else in a sense, but I'm hearing this and I'm hearing a repeat. And again, he was an employee of the city, or not the city, but our sister of the entertainment. Are they gonna do something for him? Are you guys gonna do something, maybe somebody speak for him? Give him a thank you for his service, like you do other people? I think he deserves it.
Thank you.
Our next speaker. Vance Disney.
Good evening, Mayor Atkins. Don't run away. Anyway, I just want to say things aren't going so bad. I'm trying to encourage you, but you're walking out on me. Anyway, I had something prepared, but I'm kind of throwing it to the wind because a lot of negativity going on. But I just want to kind of touch upon that the Puss in Boots on Disney campaign that I started back in 2020 to try to encourage our community here to have Disneyland turn into an adult theme park after dark so that we can get our kids home at a decent hour and be trained to be professionals and create a decent change in Disney. It's a positive thing, and I think we all need to get involved in a positive thing and keep our minds on a positive thing. And I talked about it before, I know. And so some of you guys probably remember. I'm just gonna say that, I'm sorry for the Albert family's loss. I don't know what to say about that, except that we have to remember that justice is not vengeance, and we have to remember that to have respect for the community, even when we're talking about strong subjects and things that happen, we have to come up with positive changes for our community, and we have to come up with good things. Are we running out of time? Oh, anyway, positive change for our community, so you have to come up with a positive aspect, and I'm hearing positive things come out of them a little bit, but but I don't want to see the city turn into a lynch mob. I mean, what happened in 2020 was extremely worse. And I don't know what you guys are seeing, but when people were slammed face down because of some unknown idiot on the other side of the country, and things of that nature were happening, that was very much worse. And now, so things are getting better, and you need to, hold on to that things are getting better, and that we are making change. And Mayor Atkins, just be aware that things are getting better. Don't be too influenced about it, about the negativity, and keep a positive attitude towards things, and try to hold on to a positive idea. And so the Puss in Boots on Disney campaign is really about positive change, and it's about mainly about, it is about getting rid of the corruption, but I didn't want to, today just seemed like a negative day for me to go into it, but I did have something prepared for you, but right now I just want to, encourage you, because I'm being influenced by kind of a stressful situation, but things are getting better. And so, like I was saying before, keep us in the Goldilocks zone, and I'll tell you more about the Puss in Boots on Disney next time, with the new type of rules that we can hold on to. And I want to end with saying that you can always call me at 909
Sir, I'm
Jet
sorry, your
Gray.
time is up.
So 909 Jet Gray. That's if you want to get involved in a positive thing as an adult theme park after dark.
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Your time is expired. Thank you.
Rosita Enriquez.
Hello, my name is Rosita Enriquez. I've lived in Anaheim for the past 20 years. I've always wanted to come, and participate, as a resident. But because I've been raising my children, and my oldest daughter had a homework, to come for her class. So, I appreciate all of you, what you do, as a mom. Thank you. And I wanted to say something else, but I'm very touched by Albert Arzola and his death, because I am a mom. And as I was sitting, right, I saw the lady in front of me with a picture, and I gave her a hug. I don't know if she was the mom, but the grandma, because I asked, are you the mom? And she just went like that, and I noticed she was sad, so I just gave her a hug. So I'm not gonna speak about what I was gonna speak about, but I would, first of all, I appreciate all of you guys looking at the speakers as they come, because everybody has the right to speak, right? Everybody has a story. And it's so important to see that your eyes are on everyone, even the ones that may not, anyone. So I only have a minute and a half, but what I wanted to say is this. Perhaps this will create a change with our police and our community. As our children grow up, right, in elementary school, they admire the police so much, right? When we have different events and there's police cars that are, and the fire trucks available for the children to go in, and they're so excited, they get so excited to get the stickers. But how about we bring the burden to the sheriff, right, and all the Anaheim Police Department to come into connection, to have some connection with the high schoolers, the Hispanic high schoolers, so that they can see and love their culture, because they do love the culture already. They love our tacos. They love our burritos. They love our Mexican food. How about they see our families. They see that it's alive. Nobody should bring a gun out. Like what happened with Renee Good and Alex Preddy. Nobody should bring a gun out. This person was a baby who was taken care of by so many people that are gonna be mourning for them. So that's it, thank you.
Our next speaker, Wes Jones. And our remaining speakers, if you do see your name on the projection screen, if you can please line up at the podium.
Your guys' door is not ADA compliant, the automatic one, it's not, just wanted to tell you guys.
Mayor, council. Boy, people are very angry tonight. And, but it's okay, because you guys will keep your job, because I doubt any one of them are going to start a political pact, get financing from the police association or financing from Disney. So you'll be able to keep your jobs and nothing will change. And the city will remain the same until we get something like campaign financing reform, because we'll end up with the same type council people and the same problems. So thank you very much.
Yekwe kwalito taki ni toka masa ni toka tekpat iwan ni hameshika ni no chankali tangwa. We stand on traditional lands of the Native American Tongwas. Chicanos, Mexicanos have Native American blood. And this is nothing new to our people. Maybe our white brothers will never understand or feel our pain. I feel bad to say that. I feel very bad, but I don't feel bad. I actually got to know him painting that mural. There's a mural at the liquor store. When I got the video from Vern, a month later, I was been busy just fighting to change the name of the school, The Colonist. The Colonist is ICE. ICE is the colonist. That is the police department that's been shooting our people. The KKK used to run the city council here. And Campos, you're a Chicana from East Los Angeles. The Brown Berets, Mecha. I was the president of Mecha Anaheim High School after I got kicked out leading the Chicano walkouts against Proposition 187 against Pete Wilson from Catella High School. And they called gang enforcement on me. And they had my father there. Then I found out it was my stepfather eventually later. But anyways, we want justice for Albert Arzola. What do we want? What do we want it? What do we want? What do we want it? I'm gonna sing a song because when he asked me, what are you doing, brother? We're painting a mural. We painted Toipurina. Toipurina was captured by the Spanish colonists, conquistadors. It's that native woman, dark, beautiful skinned native woman. And then the brothers wanted some Chicano veteranos. We got respect for our people. Then they wanted some Virgin Mary. We did it native style, indigenous woman, Coatlicue Tonantzin. And I want to sing a song because our people, I was raised in Navajo. I live in a different district now. I was raised in Navajo. I know where I come from. I know my roots. I speak part Nahuatl, Spanish, and English. And a lot of us Chicanos, Mexicanos speak Nahuatl. And we need to change the name of that school, the College of Catella Knights as well, because this is called historical trauma. Our people don't have opportunities like in Anaheim Hills to go to these bike trails or river trails like in OC Vive. I encourage the City of Anaheim city manager to make a trail for the people in the barrios, a bike trail that goes down to Cerritos indoor swap meet. And it goes towards the river to decolonize our minds, to heal our minds. And when I spoke to Albert Arzola, I told him this is for youth, this is for our culture, for our cultura. This is an identity. It's like psychologically, these mascots, the Knights, Catella Knights, Centennials, Pioneers, Colonists, it's the same Anaheim Police, Colonists, ICE, the same bullshit. Albert, you're here. Arzola. Jesus died for you, but
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up.
And our ancestors.
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up. Our next speaker.
I can't believe I have to follow that. Thank you. Esteemed council, Madam Mayor. First, congratulations on a successful NAMM show last week. I had the privilege of working at a few days and enjoyed it very much. I have an update from Bilal Anwar Mostaseb in Al Khalil. I'm deeply impressed by the petition and the thoughtful connection it draws between the cities of Hebron and Anaheim. What is written truly reflects our vision in Hebron Municipality to expand our international partnerships, strengthen cultural understanding, and build bridges of friendship between peoples and cities around the world. The proposed sister-city relationship perfectly aligns with our mission to promote cooperation, sharing heritage, and develop each other mutually. We believe that uniting Hebron, the city of friendship, with Anaheim, the home by the Santa Ana River, would symbolize hope, peace, and unity between communities that share a spirit of resilience and creativity. Hebron Municipality proudly supports every initiative that fosters dialogue, partnership, and goodwill across borders. The petition was launched by community peacemaker teams out of Hebron, Al Khalil, last week with both English and Arabic text. They asked me, how many signatures are you looking for on this thing? I can't answer. How many signatures would impress you? That's the answer I give. What is the answer? I'd love to know. With deepest respect to Mia, Albert, and the other victims of this community, if this meeting tonight and all the issues that have been presented, the unresolved issues, were a newscast, I offer the chance to write a human interest story. The thing people could say, how cool is that? Anaheim is Al Khalil's first United States sister city, a source of pride to everyone in Anaheim. I issue a repeated plea for you to agendize and pass an item to make Anaheim and Al Khalil sister cities, to build one bridge in the face of so many deepening chasms in our society today. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Vern Nelson, followed by Mark Herbert.
Hello. First, I want to add my voice to the Arzolas, not only to release the unredacted videos, but to tell us the name of the officer who killed Albert, as well as the officer who shot Emmanuel Cordova in the head with a beanbag, which could have blinded him, like happened to some of our protesters in Santa Ana on January 9th. We want to know if these are gang unit officers who we've had problems with before in the past. They probably are. 2, word on the street leaking out of your closed session is that the majority of you want to keep the status quo and you're keeping Mr. Vanderbilt as city manager despite all the arguments we made earlier that we need to clean house from all our old corruption. The smirks of Natalie Meeks seem to confirm this. We look forward to hearing who voted which way, or maybe I heard wrong. Maybe it's just a rumor. But mostly I want to talk about Trump's and Stephen Miller's ICE war against our community and what we can do here in Anaheim to help protect each other. ICE and Border Patrol have been in Anaheim nearly every day this month, and it's probably just a matter of time before what we're seeing in Minneapolis comes to Southern California. So Anaheim needs to do at least 2 things to prepare for that. A legal defense fund for ICE kidnapping victims, like Santa Ana, Costa Mesa, and Buena Park all have. Santa Ana and Costa Mesa contract with an LA group called Immigrant Defenders. I'm sure we can afford that if those cities can. Anaheim Contigo does not do anything like that. Also, we need clear instructions for how our police are expected to behave. There are ways they can defend our safety and our liberties and the law to a degree without, risking being charged with obstruction of federal officers or whatever. There's middle ground. There's a lot of constructive things they can do, and they've been doing in other cities. So that's something we need to talk about in the coming meetings. And I think I'll talk to my own special councilwoman, Kristen, about this, about the legal defense fund. Maybe it's something you can bring forward. Okay, thank you.
Next speaker, Mark Herbert.
Mayor, can I just make a quick request? One of the speakers asked about the evacuation modeling and things, and the Public Works Director, Director Amami, has come in, and I just wanted to connect them. So, Mr. Winger, would you like to? Yes, he's still here. The Public Works Director is behind you. He can probably give you more information and figure out how you can get more information on the evacuation plan and the modeling.
And while we're jumping in, I did want to reach out to the woman. We have a sister city commission that is made up of citizens that looks into this type of thing. I believe you've sent me an email, so I'm going to forward that to them. Thank you. It doesn't come directly to council.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com. 2 points of business before I focus on the police department. Agenda consent calendar item number 1. I hope the council has read the report and recommendation of the Housing Authority Commission on that, and they recommended that it be extended, that it needs more questions to be answered before approving it. Point 1. Point 2, I don't understand why there's been so many shootings and killings of Latinos in Anaheim. And during the similar period, there's been 0 or close in the resort district, And I'd like to suggest, since there's so many hotel owners here tonight, perhaps they could facilitate a meeting between the hotel owners and the police department explaining why there's so few killings in their area and why there's so many in their area. Perhaps they can share a better policy so there'll be less police shootings for this area. Okay. The council spent $1 million on the jail report. In July 2023, the report was released to the public. No follow-up community meetings, no hearings, no workshops, none of those were held. No further investigations were launched, no charges were brought, the corruption continued. 5 of you were sitting there when that report came in. Mayor Aitken, council members Leon, Rubalcaba, Campos, Kurtz, and Meeks. Better late than never, it's time to follow through. The corrupt culture at City Hall needs to change, and it needs to start now with the firing of City Manager Vanderpool. Let me tie the police and Mr. Vanderpool together. This is from the LA Times, July 25th, 2023. The LA Times reported, text messages between officials showed Anaheim's police chief and city manager coordinated to keep secret a visit by police to Councilmember Jordan Brandman's apartment shortly after the allegation that he was going to shoot up City Hall was received. Asked if he and the city manager had tried to keep the police visit to Brandman's apartment secret, Chief Cisneros told the Times, LA Times, when we get very influential individuals, we put those under wraps. He added that the department nonetheless complies with state's public record laws. Sounds like not much has changed when things involve the police department and important people. 8 seconds. The corruption continues. Mr. Vanderpool's actions speak for themselves.
Our next speaker, Juanita Lopez.
Hi, my name is Juanita Lopez, and I'm the grandmother of Albert Arzola, and want to know why they had to kill my grandson. Why did they kill him for no reason? He was just going into the house, and they had to shoot him? I don't see that right. I just don't know why they had to do that to my grandson. So I want justice for my grandson.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes all our in-person public comments. Noting for the record, we did receive 34 general comments. Each of those were distributed to City Council as well as posted on the city's website and can be found at anaheim.net/public comments.
Thank you, Clerk. So we'll now close the public comment portion of this meeting and move to council communications. If any council members have items to share, please ring in now. Start with Councilmember Kurtz and then Councilmember Maas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Anaheim is not an easy city to govern. We have more than 350,000 residents. We are larger than Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, St. Louis, Orlando, Cincinnati, Ohio. We're a big city. And we have a very diverse and wide range of residents. I am very proud to represent District 4, the residents in District 4, the neighborhoods in District 4. District 4 has the most, or the highest number of impacted neighborhoods as identified by our city. We have 8. And with the help this last Christmas of our resort community, hotels in particular, businesses in the resort area, we were able to bring a little bit of joy into those neighborhoods with our D4 toy drive. Next.
Albert's family gave 100 trees out to that same community.
We were in the Philadelphia Olive neighborhood with a busload of toys. Next. We were at Ganita Lane, a severely impacted neighborhood. Our police joined us at that event. Next. Hermosa Village, there our fire department joined. We gave kids, over 200 kids received toys that afternoon. Next. We're in Clifton, Philadelphia. Santa joined us at that location. Next. We're at the Golden Skies Mobile Home Park. Santa again joined us there. Next. Spinnaker, Ponderosa area. I have to tell you, that one was a little bit different. We were scheduled to go on a particular evening. ICE had been in the neighborhood that day. And rather than risk any danger to our families, to our kids, we postponed the event. We held the event the next day after making sure with the safety and security. And I want to especially thank the neighborhood parents, the Madres Comunidad Ponderosa. They, because we weren't there with the city, they actually helped us reserve space. The dads in that area protected the kids on the street selecting toys. Those parents made sure their kids enjoyed an afternoon when just the day before they were afraid to come out of their homes. Those moms went door to door in their neighborhood saying, "It's safe to come out right now. Come get a toy for your child," so they can enjoy a little bit of happiness at Christmas time. Next one. And now I say thank you. Thank you to the hotels and businesses. What they realize, what they understand, is that they are neighbors, and neighbors help neighbors. To make Christmas just a little bit better for the neighborhoods around them, the following businesses contributed: Best Western Plus Anaheim, Desert Palms, the Castle Inn and Suites, the Anaheim Hotel, Pizza Press, Sheridan Park, Carmel Shuttle, Tropicana, the Wyndham Hotel, Anaheim Majestic, Best Western Plus Pavilions, Best Western plus Stovall's Inn. And hold on a little bit. You'll notice in some of the slides, you have housekeepers, maintenance workers. They all are so proud that the place they work is helping make their community just a little bit better. Many of the people that work here live in those neighborhoods. Next slide. The Del Sol Inn, the Westin, Safeco Parking. Safeco Parking, I want to speak about a little bit. The owner of Safeco Parking is an immigrant himself. When he found out that businesses were contributing money to help our kids in our most impacted neighborhoods, he stepped up. And I want to thank him because he and his business actually reached out to us. Grand Legacy at the park, the Orange County Hotel Association, Peacock Suites, next. Best Western Park Place. I want to comment on that one. You'll notice they're all the housekeepers. Every housekeeper came in for the picture because they were so proud of what their workplace had done in the community. JW Marriott, same thing. Look at the people that came to get their picture taken because they wanted to be part of the thank you. Cartona Inn, the Alpine Inn, Anaheim Aerolink, a brand new business serving the resort area. Hotel Indigo, Hyatt House, next. Courtyard Anaheim, Sonesta Anaheim, Alamo Inn and Suites, Camelot, Hyatt Place, Parking Company of America, Sonesta ES Suites, Visit Anaheim. Visit Anaheim was at every single of the toy distributions, handing out bags and anything else that they had that kids might like. They were at every single one of them. And I want to let you know, not only did they just write a check to the Anaheim Community Foundation, they volunteered. Their employees volunteered to help hand out toys. General managers of hotels like the Sheraton, like the Castle Inn, were helping distribute toys and talking to the children that were there. A hotel GM dressed up like Santa to make sure the kids were in a happy place. I want to especially thank the Anaheim Community Foundation. They were the recipient of the donations and helped us shop for toys and made sure that the toys that we gave out were ones that were popular, that kids wanted. It is a true community event that takes place in District 4 that I'm very, very proud of. Someone mentioned there's hoteliers here. I want to thank them for their participation in the project. I also want to thank our city staff, especially community services, who helped us at some of those locations. And I read the areas. You know they're parking impacted, difficult to get into. They made sure we had space to park a bus that the kids could get on to pick a toy. They provided champurrado and Mexican bread for them to have, crafts for them to do. But I also want to mention one other thing. Their department head supported the efforts. So thank you. But I also want to thank our city manager who's making sure that as we reach out as we reach out to help our community, that the appropriate departments are with us. Tomorrow evening, I have a meeting in one of our communities for traffic problems, speeding problems, parking problems. The right departments will be there to make sure that our residents are heard in that neighborhood, their problems are addressed. But that is because leadership in the city makes sure that employees are responsive. So thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you. Councilmember Moz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I only have one slide this evening. I just wanted to acknowledge the great work of the community this past Saturday at the second annual Community Resource Fair at Catella High School. Thank you to my colleague. Oh, wait.
A moment, sorry, just please. Thank you. Thank you. If you're gonna exit, please exit quietly so we can continue the meeting. Could you start over?
Sure, thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge the great work of the community at this past Saturday's second annual Community Resource Fair at Catella High School. I wanted to thank my colleague, Councilmember Kurtz, for inviting me into these efforts. I think my first week into office last year. So this was our second annual. We were able to invite a lot of resources and employers. I've learned how much our students want to work, so it was great to have that opportunity to connect students and families with government organizations at a city, county, state, and federal level, as well as connect them with many organizations doing great work around the community. I typically share about 4 slides, and I like to take that time to share good work that's being done in Anaheim and to highlight community organizations that are doing the work. Today I just have this one, and I wanted to acknowledge that as we were having this community resource fair, Alex Preddy lost his life on the streets of Minnesota. And the terror is not just on the streets of Minnesota, it's happening here too. Friday, there was a lot of ICE enforcement around Catella High School. And to see the community come together to protect students so they had a sense of safety was remarkable. So I just wanted to give credit to the staff there, our city staff who jumps into action to verify information and to remind everybody that we need to be kind to each other. Whether we agree with each other or not, it's more important than ever. So I just wanted to use my time to acknowledge the nightmare that so many of our families are living through. And the fact that some of our city staff carries their passports on them is unacceptable. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubacalva, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Aiken. I believe I have a couple of slides, Madam Clerk. And I first want to just kind of address a couple things. I know the Arzola family has already left, but I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that they are here and let them know that I'm keeping them and their family in our prayers. But I also just wanted to highlight a couple of things. Since 2012, the city of Anaheim has made a significant amount of changes, and our police officers go through a lot of training. There's also independent investigations that do occur. So we actually have the Orange County DA's office who's involved in this investigation, the Office of Independent Review, and we do have a police review board that was designed and created post-2012. So I just want to make sure the family is aware, and I know that you're a representative of the family. Thank you for being here. But I just want you to know that this is not something that this dais takes lightly. I grew up in Anaheim. My family was part of the Chicano movement. We care about public safety. I do. I know people here want to be safe as well, but there are checks and balances in place, and I promise there will be due process. So I just wanted to make sure that we didn't go without recognizing the fact that that is going on in our city, and there are a lot of factors, and I'm sorry for your loss, but we hear what you're saying, and we have made a lot of modifications since 2012. So I also wanted to, I know my council colleague mentioned this, but around, in our country, but in the city of Anaheim, we have seen an uptick in ICE. This past week, I can't remember the day anymore, maybe it was Monday or Tuesday, but we did have a vigil in recognition of some of the ICE activity that's taken place here in the city of Anaheim. Particularly, we had incidences that occurred at car washes where individuals who were approached just because of the color of their skin or the language they spoke or their accent, racial profiling was occurring. So we did gather with Father Ed from St. Boniface, which is in my district, and many of our community leaders, including Yesenia Rojas, who organized this event. But I was joined by Councilmember Leon as well as Councilmember Mas, just to show our support. When the ICE raid started to occur, the first incident did happen at Pearson Park, which is the oldest park in the city of Anaheim in my district. And we did, as a council, take action pretty quickly. We created Contigo. We started to look into legal defense funds. So these are things that we as a council, although this is a federal issue, we take very seriously at the local level. And I have to reinforce the fact that our police department is here to serve the population that lives and visits our city. They are not here to assist ICE. It's actually against state law to do so. So I just wanted to make sure that people are aware of the facts that are going on as we are all dealing with this issue as a country. And I'm pretty sure that our Councilmember Moss will be asking for the meeting to be closed in memory of the nurse that was killed in Minneapolis. So I do support that, and I just wanted to bring that up. And then the next slide, I just wanted to highlight a couple things. I know that there have been some things on our agendas recently, and we went into closed session. It's no surprise. It's been in the media. But I just wanted to take a moment to recognize some of the good work that we're doing in the city of Anaheim under our current leadership. Our city manager, for those of you who don't know, council members, we create policy, we are in the community, but we really cannot get the work done if our person at the helm is not supportive of the work and doesn't have the buy-in from their department heads and leadership within the city in order to get this stuff done. Although I like to take a lot of credit, it's not really me doing the work, it's our department heads and the staff that works for the city of Anaheim, so thank you all for that. But I just wanted to mention, over the past 3 years that I've been in office, I've seen clear evidence of progress under city manager's leadership, Jim Vanderpool. The city has made measurable advances in addressing homelessness. We've hired a highly qualified chief of police, approved major economic development initiatives such as Disney Forward, OC Vibe, that will create thousands of jobs, and taken responsible steps to balance our budget while paying down an LPMR loan, which obligation actually diverts funds from our TOT revenue generated by our resort district to our general fund. Additionally, Anaheim has expanded library hours, strengthened partnerships with nonprofit organizations, improved public safety efforts, launched a housing trust, advanced affordable housing and first-time home buyer programs. We've opened up new parks and youth centers, conducted transparent strategic planning sessions. We've negotiated a $5 million settlement with the Angels related to a breach of contract that occurred with prior council, not this council. We've secured land for Fire Station 12, which was caught up in litigation. We've initiated construction discussions with the state regarding a path forward for the Angel Stadium site. All of these accomplishments reflect steady, competent leadership and a commitment to a long-term interest of our community here in the city of Anaheim. For these reasons, I continue to support our city manager, Jim Vanderpool. Anaheim is moving forward, and I believe it is essential that we remain focused on progress, stability, and public good. So thank you, Jim. I appreciate your commitment to our city, and I just want you to know that I continue to support you, and thank you for improving the morale in the city of Anaheim, which was on a rapid decline in 2020. So I am grateful that you decided to leave Buena Park and join us here in the city of Anaheim. And that concludes my council comments.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Leon, and then Councilmember Bayless.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to dovetail off of my colleagues' remarks. Our community and our nation has seen far too much devastation and fear. And it's moments like these that really test families. They shake our sense of security. They remind us how much people are carrying right now. And I look forward to continue to working with our residents, our partners, our stakeholders, my colleagues, so that we can keep moving forward with compassion in our community, responsibility, and a shared commitment to one another. Y brevemente en español, sabemos que ahorita siguen momentos de incertidumbre, de miedo en nuestra comunidad. Un recordatorio para todos que todos tenemos derechos constitucionales. No importa si nacieron aquí o nacieron en otro lugar, todos tenemos derechos constitucionales. Y es importante también reconocer y tratar de trabajar juntos en equipo, porque somos una ciudad, una comunidad, y si no estamos trabajando en equipo, no vamos a poder seguir adelante. Así que hay que continuar viendo Anaheim contigo, las asistencias que tenemos para la comunidad, y recuerden que es mejor tener reconocimiento e información más que miedo. And Madam City Clerk, with that, I think I have some slides to share with folks. I'm catching up a little bit, but going back to just the example of community coming together in December, this was a prime example. We partnered with Frank Garcia and La Casa Garcia for a toy distribution at Servite High School in District 2. We partnered with United Across Borders, with Neutral Ground, and a number of volunteers from Servite from across the community to help give toys to kids who may very well otherwise have not gotten a toy for Christmas. And it's moments like these that really remind us of the unity and strength that we have in our community. I want to take a moment to thank Chief Sid for coming out to one of our District 2 neighborhoods to share in the Rosca de Reyes tradition. We were invited by neighborhood leaders, and I appreciate Chief Sid joining me. It's really a testament to the importance of being out in the community, of building those relationships in the neighborhood. And I just want to thank the chief for that, and thank all of our neighbors who went out there. We shared a rosca. I think there's a follow-up for some tamales, chief, so just as an FYI. And really, this is how you start. This is how you start building that mutual respect, that understanding, that relationship, so that we can move our communities forward. So thank you, Chief. I also want to thank County Clerk Recorder Hugh Nguyen. We hosted a mobile passport clinic at Magnolia High School. We were able to help out dozens of families get passports without having to go to the county office or any other office. They were able to go to a safe space, especially in these times where there's a lot of fear about where people can go and can't go. We were able to go to Magnolia High School, and we're working with the County Clerk Recorder's Office to schedule more of these throughout the district so that more neighborhoods are able to take advantage of this service, again, especially during these uncertain times. And I have to admit, I went to Anaheim High School to celebrate the grand reopening of the Cook Auditorium, of the stage, joined by my colleagues, and really just a testament to the school district and their dedication to the performing arts. As somebody who was a performing arts student in high school, being able to have that opportunity of being in band, of being in the performing arts, provided an outlet for me, and I know that it provides an outlet for so many students in our community who may be facing difficult times, and music and the arts provides them with hope and opportunity as well. I also want to thank Congressman Correa, who was instrumental in securing $2 million of funding for this project, and we look forward to many, many more performances on the stage as well. And of course, the NAMM show, the second largest show that we host here in the city of Anaheim, a great opportunity for us to really put us on the global stage. We get to welcome tens of thousands of people from all over the world here to our city. It's an economic boom for everybody, for the resort district, for our local businesses, for our restaurants across the city. It doesn't happen without the workers. It doesn't happen without our public safety teams being there to make sure that everything is good. And it was just a great show, so I just want to give a shout out. I don't think Mr. Morton is in the audience, but huge thank you to our convention center staff and everybody who worked this to make it a successful event. And if you're a high school student, registration is open now for our third Youth Leadership Summit and Expo at the TGR Learning Lab, an opportunity to learn about leadership, to learn about advocacy, to learn about how you can get involved, what opportunities are out there, different nonprofit organizations and companies that might be able to provide students with internships or opportunities, not just during high school, but what comes after high school, whether that's a four-year college, community college, a trade school. There's a lot of different options. And so if you're a high school student interested in learning more, you can visit the registration page at anaheim.net/D2. And we'll look forward to seeing you on Saturday, March 7th. And then finally, Madam Mayor, I'd like to ask that we adjourn in memory of Joel Esparza. Joel leaves behind his beloved wife, 4 children, and 4 grandchildren, each of whom brought him immeasurable pride and joy. His grandchildren in particular were a constant source of happiness and light in his life. Joel was deeply dedicated to helping others, whether through organizations he helped lead, such as the Brown Descents Car Club, or through quiet, personal acts of kindness. He was always willing to lend a hand. He touched many lives by helping people find their footing again during some of their most difficult moments. Joel's kindness, generosity, and commitment to his family and community will be remembered always. He will be profoundly missed by all who had the privilege of knowing him, myself included. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless?
Thank you very much. You know, I had a prepared speech, but I think I'm just going to shoot from the hip here. My colleague here, Rubalcaba, Councilwoman Rubalcaba, covered all the points which I think are important. Parks, you know, there was so many that you covered. I had them all in my same speech as well. I'm just going to say, in the short time that I've been here, Jim, I believe, you know, you bring a little bit of stability to Anaheim, and I will say thank you for that, and I appreciate it. The other thing I wanted to bring up was this, I think it was last week, I went on a ride along with the fire department, and I want to just give a real quick shout out to Engine 1. While I was there, we had the unfortunate call of a house fire. I got to see great professionalism from our fire department. You know, I was in the back of that truck, thank goodness, because I thought they were going to leave me there. They left so fast. But I saw them go down the street. I saw them get out. I saw them all work as a team. It seemed like maybe within, you know, 1 or 2 minutes that fire was put out. Then I saw them go through the fire almost methodically. And then I also saw them care for the residents that were there. So I just want to tell, number one, the Engine 1 at Station 1, I believe it is. Thank you for your professionalism, and then just let the residents know we've got a great fire team out there, and I got to see it in firsthand last week, so thank you.
Thank you. I think I have a slide. Thank you. I wanted to thank our chief for agreeing to do in our districts some introductory meetings with our community. It is not lost on me that he took office during an extremely difficult week in the city of Anaheim, but has promised to lead with integrity and address issues as they come up honestly and transparently. So I know that there's a lot of difficult conversations and a lot of concern and hurt in our community around the shooting death of Mr. Arzolo, but I do want to take the opportunity to, when we do have community meetings around, our chief of police is there, our police officers are there, please come, get to know them. You know, the more we personalize each other as humans, the easier it is for us to get along. And so I just want to kind of highlight our first 2 meetings coming up, but just really thank the chief, in addition to trying to get his arms around a brand new department that is quite sizable, to be willing to be out and meet the community and answer questions. I also wanted to report that something that I think I put on social media, but so some of us did. We did do a trip to Sacramento last week. Councilmember Bayless, as well as Councilmember Kurtz, the city manager, and I, to start conversations with our elected officials around what the current state of the Surplus Land Act is, as well as whether there is going to be any upcoming legislation that would affect that property. Very high level, no commitments made from either side, but we just always want to keep our ear to the grind just on whether we have any changes that might impact. And to answer some of the public questions that I know always come up about whether there are secret negotiations going on with the Angels, we report every month in the city manager's report. When we have conversations, there are, under the Surplus Land Act, we are not allowed to reach out to the Angels, but we are always ready to come up with a plan. Coming out of that conversation in Sacramento, one of the things that was suggested and I think is a good idea is for us to consider, and I would like to put it on a future agenda, just doing a master site plan for that area with the lease or without the lease eventually, whether it's with the with Mr. Moreno or whether it's with a future owner. We're going to have to make community decisions about what we want to see on that property, and we're going to have to do it with a ton of community input and make sure that we have a ton of community benefits if anything is going to happen on that property. So we're going to, that's about it. That was a high-level discussion with our elected officials, but just wanted to share that. So now we have the city manager's update. Do you have anything to report?
I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, and public. As the mayor mentioned, we have our community open houses starting for 2026. Anaheim's Community Open House Series is back. We welcome residents to join us for an upcoming open house in their district. You can drop by any time between 5 and 7 p.m. There's no formal presentation and no need to arrive right at the start. Topics will include district-specific issues and those of citywide interest. It's a chance to connect with city leaders and staff on one-on-one and ask questions and talk about what's most important to you in your neighborhood. On the screen behind me are dates for the open houses starting next week. We'll also be sharing more details on social media, through email, and on our city website. And NAMM, a big weekend in the city of Anaheim. The NAMM show drew more than 50,000 music industry professionals, artists, and more to Anaheim last week from around the world. The show was one of our largest and most significant, bringing people, again, from all around the world to stay in our hotel rooms and enjoy all Anaheim has to offer. Those visitors, in turn, provide funding for all we do as a city. Congratulations to the Anaheim Convention Center, to all of our hospitality partners on another great NAMM. Thank you, Mayor.
Excuse me. Thank you. So we'll now recess the City Council to address the Anaheim Housing Authority agenda. Items 1 and 2 are before us. Is there a motion?
Madam Mayor, may I pull item 1 for a staff report and move
Yes.
the balance?
Item 1 is going to be pulled.
I'll move the balance, number 2.
We have a motion and a second to move item number 2. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. So item 1 was pulled by I will get it right by December. Mayor Pro Tem Leon, do you want a full staff report or do you have a specific question? And then Councilmember Rubalcaba also had a question, I believe.
I'd like a staff report, please, Madam Mayor.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to present this item tonight. We come before you as the governing board to request authorization to enter into a lease agreement between the Anaheim Housing Authority and the Anaheim Community Foundation for the property located at 883 South Anaheim Boulevard. The Housing Authority owns a single property located on Anaheim Boulevard. The site includes an existing building that is currently vacant. The property was transferred to the authority following the state's dissolution of local redevelopment agencies. Since acquiring the property, the authority has continued to invest in its upkeep and maintenance to preserve the building and site while we plan for long-term housing development at the site. The Anaheim Community Foundation is a locally based 501c3 nonprofit organization focused on strengthening the Anaheim community through philanthropic support, civic engagement, and partnership with local nonprofits. ACF administers grants and scholarships, provides direct emergency assistance to Anaheim residents, and supports community-focused initiatives such as Concerts in the Park, Pearson Park Summer Nights Under the Stars, Cops for Kids. ACF's work emphasizes youth development, arts and culture, housing stability, and workforce readiness. Providing ACF with temporary use of the property would allow the organization to operate functional office space to administer these programs and continue delivering services that directly benefit Anaheim residents. To facilitate this temporary use, the staff evaluated the proposed lease under applicable state surplus land requirements. State Bill 747 amended the Surplus Land Act to clarify that leases with a term of 15 years or less, inclusive of extension options, are exempt from the Act's disposition requirements. This statute change enables public agencies to lease underutilized properties for interim community-serving uses while continuing to advance long-term affordable housing objectives. Consistent with this framework, the proposed lease would commence on February 1st, 2026, subject to council approval, with an initial term through January 31st, 2030, and 2 one-year extension options that could extend the lease through January 31st, 2032. In recognition of the substantial public benefit provided by the ACF Community Foundation, staff recommends a nominal annual rent of $1. Under the lease agreement, ACF would be responsible for ongoing property and landscape maintenance, ensuring that the property remains in good condition during the lease term. Accordingly, staff requests authorization to approve the lease with the Anaheim Community Foundation to allow continued delivery of valuable community programs. With that, we're open for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I just want to clarify, currently this house it's a house, right?
It is a house.
It's vacant.
That is correct.
It hasn't been used in,
It was used up until a couple months ago by a prior nonprofit, Illumination Foundation.
got it. And they have since moved out. Now it's an empty building. There's an opportunity to do this agreement with ACF.
That is correct. We had a lease of similar terms and the same dollar amount with Illumination Foundation, as they were also a community-serving Anaheim-based nonprofit.
Councilmember Rubalcaba?
Thank you. Thanks, Grace. I appreciate the work that you do. Question, did the Housing Commission get an opportunity to review this item?
Yes, we did take it to the Housing Commission. I do understand they had a number of questions. I did speak to the chair about the fact that we were advancing it here, and we would address a number of open questions that the commission had.
So I guess I'm concerned that the whole purpose of the Housing Commission is to review this before it comes to City Council. So the chair doesn't get to decide that for the commission alone. So what kind of questions did they ask?
The questions were centered around how we make decisions for, I believe, some of this I will leave to Andy because I was not present at that. So it was staff's feedback in terms of the need for ACF in terms of the staffing size for that particular property. And I think also determinations of how we came to a dollar lease for that property.
What's the urgency? How come we just, I guess I'm concerned that we're allowing the chair, because I mean, if there's no quorum, you can't take action on an item that's on an agenda, but the chair is getting to make a decision for it to come to council. So I guess I'm concerned that we're overriding the questions that were posed by the commission, which is a form of transparency and checks and balances within the city. And we all have appointees who sit on this commission. And it's no offense to the Anaheim Community Foundation. I love the work that you guys do. I just think it would be conducive upon this council to consider allowing the commission to review and get the questions they asked answered, and then come back with this item so that we can get a fully vetted understanding of what we're saying yes to.
Certainly, we do intend to answer all of their questions, and answers were provided. Part of the urgency is that the Anaheim Community Foundation has invested some of their own skin in terms of the landscape, in terms of flooring and what have you. And the other issue is that we risk the possibility of having the building broken into. We have invested substantially in termite work and landscaping and what have you. And so every day that the building is empty, we do risk.
And I appreciate that, and we deal with that often. But I would like to make a motion to consider, to have this continued until the commission has an opportunity to get their questions answered. I do feel like we're putting the cart before the horse if we say yes to this item without them getting their questions answered. And I'm also a little concerned that we allowed the Community Foundation to go ahead and make commitments to third-party vendors before having this approved by the city council or even the commission at that. So no offense to the process, but I just like to make sure that we're, following the process.
Well, if I can speak to that, I understand where my council colleague is coming from, and of course, I always raise concerns if you feel there are concerns to be raised, but I don't want to punish ACF and the work that they are doing, because it seems like, and I'm not clear, but if you could clarify, I guess a couple of people didn't come to the Housing Commission, but you said they did get all of their questions answered. I mean, I know exactly what property this is. I believe it's right next to the Anaheim White House.
That's correct. I'll turn to Andy again. I was not at the meeting. My understanding was, well, I'll let you.
Yeah, so there were several questions that were asked, and so one of the things that we left the commission with was that should this be a timing issue, which it was based on Grace's comments, that we would bring it to the council and answer their questions. So not all the questions have been answered at the meeting, so we could come back as an informational item to the commission and answer all the questions that were asked.
And is a vote by the Housing Commission required? A majority of, with a quorum, a majority of the Housing Commission required before it comes to us?
There have been times when we bring it to you, as Councilwoman Rubicall said, there are the advisory commission. The other thing I think that gave us some comfort income is that every single one of the commissioners expressed support for ACF and their use of this property. What they had questions about was really how we would go about determining other property and how we would go about determining who gets a dollar rent. And I think that the sticking point was really around this whole dollar rent. And so we did commit to coming back with answers about how that is done for dollar rent. In this particular case, and in any case that the Housing Authority has, it's always been community serving nonprofits. And so we would come back with examples of where else we have done that. For example, the Anaheim Ballet or things of that nature. We have limited property, and in those times that we have engaged, it really is for community-based focus. And so that is what we're committing to bringing back, is really an explanation of what else we have out there and, the selection of the nonprofits. But again, that was what gave us some sense of comfort that, again, unilaterally, they all said, we support ACF and we do think we would approve this. We just want to understand if you have other properties and how you would go about determining that you would rent that for $1.
So it is an advisory commission. That's helpful. And you said, I remember when Illumination Foundation was in this property. How many years did they occupy this property?
They were there for quite some time. They were there at least 8 years in that property.
And you mentioned the $1 a year rent for, it looks like at least 4 years with 1 year optional renewals. I read in their lease that there is an ability for them, with your approval, to sublease or subcontract, which I assume means bring in tenants, other nonprofits, to share that workspace with them. Can you share with us how that process goes?
So they would have to come back to the authority and let us know who is in there, and we would have to evaluate whether or not they are also nonprofit, Anaheim specific. In all candor, in our conversations with ACF, we tend to discourage that unless they can really make a case for it, because they are the ones that we are holding accountable to maintain in the building and to adhere to the neighborhood standards that we have asked them to.
Okay, so I thought I heard one of the public commenters talk about making it more like a share space for nonprofits as like a nonprofit hub. So maybe I misunderstood the comment.
The conversations we have had with ACF, that is primarily their space, but they are looking to grow. In the event that there is other space that may be available, they would come back to us and let us know. There's another nonprofit that might just need 2 bodies or whatever that conversation might be. But as we enter into this, it is a space for ACF.
And you mentioned that that we have a history of doing this where we can. I believe the Chrysalis building next door is a similarly situated property, as well as the Anaheim Ballet building. We help our nonprofits through reduced rent on appropriate spaces.
That's correct, and it's always with the intent that they be Anaheim-centric.
Okay, I'm going to stop for right now. Let's turn over to Mayor Pro Tem Leon and then Councilmember Kurtz.
So am I hearing you correct? And can you back it up for me? So you went to the Housing Commission with this for their blessing, essentially, to be able to come to us. And so is it that the commission did not have quorum to be able to make a vote?
No, we had quorum.
Had quorum.
Correct.
Okay, but they had questions. I'm hearing you say that the questions weren't necessarily about this contract before us, but it was related to it in terms of a wider city policy versus an issue with this specific contract. Is that correct?
That's correct. Full transparency, I think the part of what gets caught up in this is there was questions about the Angels lease being $1, and so we really need to make this be very distinct. I think staff did try to outline the fact that when the Housing Authority has limited properties and we do this for nonprofits, these things are apples and oranges, but some of that conversation circled around that.
Okay. How big is the property? What's the?
It's a few thousand. It's probably 6,000, 7,000 square feet. It's a single-family lot, converted to commercial use.
Right.
Okay. And just for my knowledge, ACF, and I know Janice, you're in the audience. How big is the team? Sorry, may I ask?
Oh, yeah, no, you have the mic. Well, we have 3 staff. You come up just so we can have you on the record.
I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I wanted to get the info.
We have 3 staff, and we host community meetings that include up to 30 nonprofits. And so those collaborative meetings would be conducted in the space, such as Accelerate Change Together, and we're launching the second act for our Older Adults Initiative.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, Janice. I appreciate that. Okay. So there was quorum at the meeting. Taking another huge step back, in terms of just the normal process, I think you kind of touched upon it a little bit. So they're an advisory body. So you go to them for what kind of projects, and then what is their role, usually?
We take just about anything that's Housing Authority related, and also the Community Development Block Grant and some of the entitlement. They help us to review these items. Generally, they'll recommend, or rarely do they deny. They ask clarifying questions. And I think a lot of their role is, as feedback also, as advisory appointed by you, as feedback to you on these items.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Kurtz, and then Councilmember Meeks.
Okay, Councilmember Leon asked the question. I just want to make sure I understand. Had a meeting. The approval of the lease, excuse me, was on the agenda. And they neither voted it up or down.
That's correct.
They left it open to get additional information on who we do the $1 a year to.
That's correct.
Was it explained to them that it was for nonprofits? And so that could eliminate the whole stadium, whatever they thought, $1 a year situation, or?
Based on the feedback from staff, they asked to continue it for a deeper discussion, and I think that would allow us just to explore any question that they may have about how we utilize property. The report back that it was just a complete, we want to really know how do you utilize really any available housing authority property. So it really, and as an advisory board, we certainly want to provide all of that to them, full transparency on what we have, what can be used as office space. Most of what we own is vacant land, but we're committed to coming back with a discussion about all of the property that we own and how we use it.
Okay. But in that discussion, they were supportive of ACF?
They were supportive. Their biggest concern was the optics of transparency and this issue that Grace raised, and the apples to oranges comparison in working specifically with nonprofits versus the whole Angels for-profit situation. So I think there was some confusion, and I think that's where the reservation came from. And so we committed to coming back and answering. There were a variety of other questions pertaining to the operation itself that we weren't able to answer at the meeting that I believe ACF can answer and help us answer those questions. So
about the operation of ACF?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Meeks, and then back to Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Sorry, so did you explain to them the sensitivity, the time sensitivity of this and the reasons to move forward, but they still chose not to take action on it, this particular
That's
property?
correct. We indicated that we were going to have a discussion with ACF and determine whether this was time sensitive enough that needed to come to the council immediately. And if so, then we would bring it to council. However, we committed to answering the questions that were raised at the meeting, which were several. There were several questions that were raised.
So you didn't tell them, okay, well, if you're not going to take action, I'm going to take it to the council anyways?
No.
I mean, that's kind of what happened. What would the delay be if it needed to go back to the commission? I'm concerned that they didn't take any action on it. I think, that kind of defeats the purpose of having them. Can you call a special meeting? Can you get a quorum? Can you get this done? I also appreciate the fact that we don't want to leave a vacant building there. That's just waiting for somebody to.
We could certainly, if that is the preference, we can do that. Like I said, the reason we brought it forward is it was my understanding that it was the chair who called for the continuance, and so in speaking to the chair and addressing some of the issues with the commitment to come back with a deeper, we thought that we were okay. But certainly, if that is not how you would like us to deal with that, we'll go back.
Okay, but you can call a special meeting or something to get this done. And then, as far as bringing in any potential subtenants, do you have the ability to approve those? Does it require your approval?
Yes,
To
that
make
is
sure
that is
it
specifically itemized in the lease.
Anaheim-focused nonprofit?
Yes.
Okay, I want to make sure we focus on that. Yeah, I'd probably support a continuance on this if we can get the Housing Commission to take action on it quickly.
Is that a second, council member?
Yes.
Rubacalva and then Councilmember Bayless.
Thank you. I just wanted to, first I want to reinforce the fact that I do love the Anaheim Community Foundation. This is not personal, it's just policy. I think we have to make sure that we're not picking winners and losers when it comes to providing publicly owned property, especially land that's part of the housing trust. So I just want to make sure that we are, but I completely support the work that you're doing. But one of the things, too, I just want to highlight, Grace, is I used to be a commissioner on housing, and this is a Form 700 commission. They actually get paid a stipend, so they're pretty instrumental. So it does concern me that the word I got back from commissioners was that it was rushed, and they felt uncomfortable, and they asked about RFPs, and they were told that you'd get back to them, or staff would get back to them. And then the chair, who is also the chamber executive CEO, is the one who decided to go ahead and move forward with it. That's a concern for me. So I think that just to make sure that we're following the process and not picking and choosing when we decide to utilize the Housing Commission, because they are important for a lot of different reasons. We have redevelopment dollars that go through there. You guys are reviewing CDBG funds that go to nonprofits. So I think that we just need to be mindful on how you guys are managing that commission and be respectful to the role that they serve. I know they meet twice a month when you're able to pull a quorum together. So I just wanted to make sure I got that on the record as well. And thank you to Councilmember Meeks for making a second to my motion for the continuance. But I just want to highlight, I completely support ACF. It is not personal. I just want to make sure that we're not putting you guys in a compromising position as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless?
I'll ask this. I think we meet again a week from today. Is it possible to call that special meeting and have a report back by, oh wait, we have to notice it in our meeting as well, right? So what's the shortest amount of time that would happen? Do you know?
It can be just continued a week, and it seems like they could maybe pull the Housing Commission together and report back verbally to us.
Well, we have agenda has to be posted, is usually Thursday evening, which means they'd have to have a full quorum by tomorrow.
No.
Right?
I mean, they would have to take action
Do
before
they
our
have to-
meeting next Tuesday.
They have to
But it
notice.
could be on the agenda just like it is now.
They have to notice
We
their
have to
meeting. We
notice.
know
Got
it's
it.
our meeting.
You have to notice our meetings.
Yeah.
Got it.
The notice
Special
doesn't
meeting
have to
can,
say.
special meeting can be noticed with 24-hour notice.
Okay.
Wait, so, let's cross that bridge when we get to it.
Just one other statement real quick. I value our commissioners for sure. I can tell you, I sat on the Parks and Rec Commission for a long time, and I saw, while I was there, stuff come before the city council that I thought, quite frankly, should have come before the Parks Commission, once or twice. But in the end, it was, well, it's the city council, buck stops here. I can tell you, sitting on the city council, sitting on the Parks and Rec Commission, we saw deals such as this on multiple occasions. So this is not a one-off. We have multiple nonprofits using city facilities, for $1 a year. So, I mean, I value what the commission has to say, but in the end, it's kind of our responsibility. So anyways, if we can get it done in a week, I think we owe it to them.
Would that be, would you be comfortable with that, Councilmember Rubacalva, to just put it on next week's agenda and we'll see if we can get a meeting pulled
I
together?
don't know, except Grace, do you think that's even a possibility?
We would
I don't think you
ask to be able to reach out to the commission and find out if we have quorum. Their meetings are generally on Wednesdays.
And it's only a month. I mean, you guys utilize the community center. It's not like you're going to be displaced, right? Right now, where are you currently located? And you're not being evicted anytime soon. So it's not like it's super urgent. It's just, it was being expedited unnecessarily. So even if you were able to get a quorum for your next meeting, you get it voted and it comes back to council.
Yeah, when is the next meeting of the Housing Commission?
If we met this week.
Because we have another meeting at the end of the month, correct?
Correct, on February 24th.
No, not this month, but February.
Their next regularly scheduled meeting would be the 4th.
February 4th.
Yes.
And then so what is our meeting? Let me get my little cheat sheet.
February 3rd and then February 24th, Mayor.
27th, so.
So at the latest, it would be the 27th. But why don't we, so we're looking to, if that would be an amendment to the council member's motion to maybe just move it 1 week in the hopes they could do a meeting, but if not, or would you prefer to continue it to the 20, I don't have my glasses on, but I think this
I mean,
is
I'll
20
continue it to the 24th. I don't know if you think, Grace, I mean, Grace, it's really up to you, but I guess no later than the 24th. It's, I mean, if you can get them to meet and have quorum.
Certainly. Like I said, my only, among my concerns was break-ins, because we've already demoed a building on Anaheim Boulevard.
The chief is here. Chief, can you make sure you guys do extra patrols in the area?
Okay.
So do you want us to continue it 1 week and give you an opportunity, or do you want us to
Let's
continue
just go to
24th?
let's just go to to the 24th.
So if you accept that
because-
friendly amendment, I think the motion was to continue, do we need a motion to continue to the 24th, correct?
Sure. I mean, the only thing I'll add is if you keep the motion as is, it gives staff the flexibility to come in as early as next week if they're able to do a special meeting. If not, it gives them the ability to come in on the 24th, and if for some reason it has to be delayed because of whatever, I doubt it.
Okay,
It
is
would
that
give us some
acceptable?
flexibility there as well.
Okay, so I think we have a motion and then a second by Councilmember Meeks. Let's vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Okay, so next we are going to adjourn the Housing Authority and reconvene the City Council to address the consent calendar. We have items 3 through 14 before us. Are there any members that wish to remove an item for further discussion? Mayor Pro Tem? Oh, you're signed in. Okay, I'm going to clear everybody because I think some people are signed in from the last item. So if you have an item to pull through items 3 through 14, please let me know. Councilmember Kurtz.
I'd like to pull item number 7.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless.
Item number 5.
Seeing no more items pulled besides 5 and 7, sorry, Councilmember Rubicava.
12, please.
And Mayor Pro Tem wants item number 6. So 7, 5, 6, 7, and 12 have been pulled. Is there a motion to move the balance?
Second.
Motion and second, please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Thank you. So the first item pulled by Councilmember Bayless is item number 5. Would you like a full staff report? Department Chair Moreno, could you please give us a report when you get situated?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. The item before you is a request to receive and file the annual development impact fee report. The attached report is required under AB 516 and AB 1600 that govern development impact fees assessed by municipalities. A development impact fee is a one-time payment imposed on a property developer that is intended to offset the financial impact that a new development places on public infrastructure, including transportation, sewer, storm drains, parks, libraries, police, and fire facilities and equipment. California agencies are required to report annually on the development impact fees collected during the fiscal year and how they were used. The annual report includes a description and the amount of the fee, beginning and ending fund balances, the total fees collected, and interest earned. The report also includes identification of public improvements on which the fees were used, the total expenditures, and percentage of improvement costs that were funded by fees, as well as the expected date of construction for fee-funded projects for which sufficient funds have been collected. Every 5 years, agencies must identify the purpose of their fees, demonstrate a responsible relationship between the fee and the purpose for which it's charged and provide updates on the funding and status of incomplete projects. The report must be made available 100 days after the last day of the fiscal year and presented to the governing body at the next regularly scheduled meeting, not less than 15 days after making it available. This report has been available online and at the city clerk's public counter since December 30th. There's no budget impact associated with this report. Staff are working on an update to our existing development impact fees based on the projected development through 2045 and the anticipated impact on the city infrastructure. The study and any recommendations for fee changes will be brought to council in the March or April timeframe. That concludes the staff report, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Bayless, do you have questions?
I do, thank you. First off, I'm definitely happy to see this report that's here, but I just have a couple of questions. What I was reading the city's rules that are here, I noticed that under Chapter 17, we have development fee criteria. And one of the things I see in this report on page number 4, you've got park and lieu fees, and then it says date of most recent fee study update. It's listed in here as 2011. And when I read the development fee application that's in the city's code here, we're supposed to be updating this fee once a year, is what I see here. And so I'm curious, has that been done since 2011?
I don't believe the park and lieu fees have been brought to city council since 2017? 2018. So we have not, had not traditionally handled those, and we're only facilitating that in that time frame. It was individual departments were bringing them. So we've just been facilitating this over the last several times that we've taken a look.
So maybe this is then to the city attorney. What it says here on here, the amount of fee, down towards the bottom, it says here that land averages updated annually based upon a yearly opinion from the city's engineer office. That's how, at least anyways, the park and rec fees were supposed to be evaluated. And I did look at past city council meetings since 2011, and I hadn't seen any of this being updated, so I'm curious. One, if we were, and then number two, obviously I'm glad to see it here, so I'm just curious. Is this the first time that we're taking a look now at the development fees since 2011?
Yeah, let me just respond, and then I'll actually defer to Shawnee. But from a legal perspective, the main concern would be that there's a nexus between the fee and the needs for, in this case, park space, and also that there's some proportionality to the project's impact. How we get there is up to us. If there's some inconsistencies in how we've done that based on what the ordinance says or the municipal code and how we do it, yeah, that's a concern. But I think the real legal issue is whether or not there's proportionality and a nexus. And I'll let Shawnee address what we've actually done.
Great, thank you very much for the question. Related to those fees, as you're aware, there is a Quimby Act formula. Part of it's a land valuation that goes along with the state standard of park acres per 1,000 residents. There has not, in past years, there has not been an appetite to increase development fees. And so those valuations were not done, because if we don't increase the fees, then part of the development fees state that when a developer builds a park, then the city will need to pay back that developer for that land. And so if we are increasing the valuation of the land and not the park development fees, then we come out in the negative in that situation.
Okay. The next question I have is on page number 10, where you've got the beginning and ending fund balances for the park and lieu fees, section 216. You've got an other category there that's listed at $12.3 million. I was just curious if you could, or if you could break that down as to what that is.
Don't have the detail on that tonight, but typically that's going to probably be grant revenues, since that's how we fund a lot of our park improvements.
So we've got fees collected on here as 2.4 roughly, but then there's another 12. So I'm going to take a guess here. Is part of this Disneyland? Did we get our $8 million from Disneyland for parks?
Yes, it does include the balance of the funds. I believe we received those in June, if I'm recollecting.
So if we take out the 8 million, there's still a chunk left. Do we have an idea of what that is? Still no?
So those seem to be the balance of the reimbursements that we have received from the grant funds that we have received in the past. So many times with our grants, they're done on a reimbursement basis. So we have to spend our money and then we get the grant money back at the end of the project.
Okay. So then what I'll ask is this. On the next page, page 11, when I look at the detailed items that are here, we've got, let's take, for example, Little Pine Park. Little Pine
Yes.
Park, according to this, is funded at 100% cost by fee. And the way I read this, I don't know about the general public, but we're saying 100% of this is impact fees. But I know that we've got a $750,000 grant that goes along with that park. So when you do that, the grant rebate is $750,000. The in lieu fees is roughly, we'll call it $250,000. Where is the, I don't know, you want to call it a rebate, or where is the other money that came back that subsidized that listed in this report, or is it?
So what I believe is that this is a snapshot in time of an accounting, and we would spend our impact fees ahead of time on the project. And so it's showing on here that those are our development fees, and then we get reimbursed by the grant fund after the fact.
So are you saying then next year, assuming that we receive the $750,000 after, what, June 30 of 2025, it would be in the next year's report?
That's correct, if I'm reading that correctly, because this is the previous year. We actually finalized that project in June of '25, and so this is a '24-25 project, so those funds will come in after that June of '25 or the next fiscal year.
So when you show it next year, instead of 100%, you show it at minus 100%? Because there's no revenue coming in? I guess what I'm looking at is that this gives us kind of a skewed look as to where the fees are coming from, and I don't know how to fix that.
So these requirements are new to us, and so this is only the second year we've done it, so we'll consider those questions when we look at it again next year and see if we can add information that's not necessarily required by the legislation.
All right, thank you. Well, I think it's important to point out, because when and if we talk about development fees in the future, when you look at that report, it actually looks like, hey, our development fees are doing pretty good. We paid 100% of the park with the fees, and that's not necessarily true, and I think that's important to point out. Last question I have then is on page number 14, moving forward. It's indicated that, we're supposed to put in what the public improvement projects are moving forward. And I guess as a snapshot of 2024, we have no new projects have been identified for park fees.
So I think that that's because a lot of the fees don't have, the way they're currently adopted, they don't have specific needs lists associated with them. They're more generic, and so there aren't specific projects identified at this point in time. Last year's report identified the Platinum Triangle Fire Station because we already knew that that project was coming. It was specifically identified.
All right. Hopefully, maybe next year we'll get some of the more better details in the report. And with that, if there's no other comments, I will move the item.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to move the item. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
The vote is 6 ayes, no nays, and the recorded absence by Councilmember Rucaba.
The next item that was pulled is item number 6, which was pulled by Mayor Pro Tem. I believe this is with, Chief Russell. So Councilmember Leon, would you like a staff report, or do you have, sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Leon, I'll get it by the end of the year. Would you like a staff report, or do you have specific questions?
It makes you feel any better, Madam Mayor. I'm still not used to it either, so I usually just turn around because I think somebody's talking to somebody else. If I can get a brief staff report, Chief, thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council, Ed Segura, Purchasing Agent, City of Anaheim. Before you is a request to approve the purchase of 4 medic ambulance from Republic EVS LLC for the fire department in the amount of $1,027,983.92, and this includes all applicable taxes and fees. These ambulances will be located throughout the city to provide dedicated resources where they were previously unassigned. They need to be authorized. The need to authorize the purchase at this time is due to the 20-month lead time on the build-out and receipt of the vehicles. EVS is or Republic EVS LLC is a local authorized medics ambulance dealer. The purchasing office conducted research and is recommending the utilization of the Houston-Galveston Area Council Cooperative Purchasing Agreement for the purchase of these vehicles. At this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have, as well as the chief.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When do you anticipate that these ambulances would come online?
Thank you for the question, sir. So once we go through the process and they're actually ordered, it's about 20 to 24 months. Occasionally, we'll get a phone call from Houston Galveston. They'll say they have a department that didn't accept their ambulances, and if they meet our spec, then sometimes it's faster than that, but it's a pretty long lead time, roughly around 18 months, 2 years.
And so you're bringing this forward knowing that it's going to take a couple years to actually get these ambulances. It's not that we have a dire need right here, right now for 4 additional ambulances, and if we don't have them tomorrow, things go sideways.
That's correct. These ambulances will replace some of our ambulances that are currently in service, and they'll go into reserve. But with adding an ambulance at Fire Station 12 later this year, hopefully Fire Station 4, the APRU unit that's going into service, if we don't order additional to replace and we add these resources, we won't have the reserve fleet if we need them.
Got it. And then, Chief, can you briefly just, I know we've talked about this before, but I still think it's important to highlight. Can you talk a little bit about how our ambulance program might be a little different from other cities in that we've essentially brought it in-house versus contracting with other companies?
Yeah, thank you for the question. A number of years ago, we made the proposal and brought our ambulance program in-house, that it's managed by, excuse me, by our fire department, which gives us complete control over our EMS system. When we had a contract with a private ambulance company, we were in charge of administrating our EMS program, but we had no control really other than contractually about how many ambulances and other things. So the return on our investment back to our general fund has been outstanding. But more importantly, controlling that service level has been extremely beneficial to where we move our ambulances around, have control of that system to serve our citizens.
Thank you.
And it's been an outstanding hiring pool for us as well.
Awesome. Do you have any, you don't have to answer this question right now, but I'd be curious if you have any data in terms of how many of those ambulance operators have become firefighters or are in the process of becoming firefighters?
I don't have the exact numbers with me. I can get those, but I can tell you we've had several that have went through our Explorer program, into our ambulance program, and that have been hired as firefighters. And we've done a great deal of effort to really recruit out of our community here in Anaheim with our EMT scholarships to make them eligible to be hired as AOs, and then helping them through the fire academy so they'll be eligible to become firefighters. In our next hiring that we're getting ready to go, I believe we have 5 or 6 that were ambulance operators, and a few of those were Anaheim residents.
Awesome. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it.
You, Councilmember Kurtz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, I support the item. I just have a question that's kind of interesting. Well, as I was reading the staff report, 4 engines, 3 regular ones that are normally used, and a 4th one specially outfitted. Can you explain that one a little bit?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the question. So that will be our unit that will be assigned to our APRU, which is a new program that we're very excited about, which will be with a captain paramedic and a nurse practitioner. That we've just hired 5 nurse practitioners under contract. They've they've started their training, and they will be in the community here in another couple months. We will use a unit for them until they get this ambulance. It won't have a gurney in it specifically like a traditional ambulance. It'll have an exam chair, but we will have the ability to put in a gurney in it if we needed to put that ambulance into service as a regular 911 ambulance.
Thank you, and thank you for making sure that all the needs of the city are being addressed. So again, I support the item.
We have a motion and a second to move the item forward. Please vote.
My apologies, Mayor and City Council, if you can recast your votes. The vote is 6 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Thank you. So the next item pulled was item number 7, pulled by Councilmember Kurtz. Would you like a staff report from Director Imami?
Thank you. Yes, a staff report will be good.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council. Before you is a request to approve an agreement with Geotab USA Inc. for vehicle telematics services for the Public Works Department in the amount of $195,268.68, plus applicable taxes and a 20% contingency. The vehicle telematics will be used for tracking engine diagnostic, driver behavior monitoring, and advanced reporting. Additionally, the Geotab platform integrates with the city's work order management and the fuel management system. The purchasing office conducted research and is recommending the utilization of the State of California Department of General Services Cooperative Purchasing Agreement for the purchase of hardware and software utilization. At this time, we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz?
I do have a question, and this is directed to Mr. Imami. Having worked for a company that used tracking in their vehicles to measure performance levels of their employees, will you be doing the same thing?
No, this isn't used for performance of the employees. It's for, like mentioned, the diagnostic and predictive maintenance. in tracking the vehicle and how it's operating and making sure that we're getting the most out of our vehicles.
I appreciate, thank you. I just wanted to hear that in public. Thank you. I'll move the item if there are no other questions.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The vote is 6 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item number 12 was pulled by Councilmember Rubicalva, but I don't believe she is here anymore. Does anyone know by any chance what her questions or concerns were? If not, can I have somebody move and second the item?
I'll move the item.
Okay. Motion and a second by Councilmember Kurtz and Councilmember Meeks. Please vote.
The vote is 6 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Sorry, Chief, no hard questions for you. I hope everything's okay. So item number 15 is a public hearing. Clerk, can you please read?
Thank you, Mayor. Item 15 is Development Agreement Number 2005-0008, the Addendum Number 4 to the Platinum Triangle Expansion Project, and the Mitigation Monitoring Plan Number 321. And this is for a project located at 1404 East Catella Avenue.
Could we please have a staff report? Director Allen?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Heather Allen, Planning and Building Director. I'm joined this evening by Alessandra Orozco, Senior Planner. The item before you tonight is a request to establish a new performance timeline for Lennar's A-Town development. At the December 16th, 2025 meeting, the City Council determined that the developer was not in compliance with the terms and conditions of the revised agreement for the 2025 review period and directed staff to provide notice to the developer of council's intent to establish new development timeframes. A bit of background, in October 2005, the City Council approved a development agreement to govern the development of the then A-Town Metro project. In October 2015, the Council approved a revised agreement, which changed the name to A-Town and allowed the development of between 1,400 and 1,746 residential units, a range of commercial areas between 38,000 and 50,000 square feet, and 2 public parks. In May of 2018, Council approved an amendment to modify performance milestones to be completed by the year of 2020, 2022, 2025, and 2030, and completion of each milestone would grant the next corresponding extension. So the developer has completed the milestones for 2020 and 2022, authorized extensions of the revised agreement through the current term ending October 2025. The first 2 milestones of the project included completion of 638 residential units, surrounding streets and associated infrastructure. Aloe Greens Park and the Linear Park have also been completed and dedicated to the city. The next milestone in the development agreement requires construction of an additional 462 residential units. Currently, 330 units are under construction, leaving 132 units outstanding to meet this milestone. Final site plans, including the outstanding units, were approved by the Planning Commission in 2022 and early 2023. However, due to challenges in terms of financing large-scale mixed-use projects, the property owner has not started construction on the remaining 132 units, thereby not completing the milestone that was due in October of 2025. At this time, the developer is requesting...
Sorry, can I ask a question real quick? Just the last map. What part did they not complete by fall 2025?
So areas B and areas C and D are the, so red at the top are the areas with the units that are under discussion.
So started but not completed.
So E and F is started.
Gotcha.
B, C, and D all have final site plans, but not started. Okay, you're welcome. So at this time, the developer is requesting to extend the October 2025 milestone approximately 9 months, moving the deadline from October 20, 2025 to July 31st, 2026. The developer has indicated their intent to apply for amendments to the revised development agreement and master site plan for future consideration. That would go both to the Planning Commission and the City Council in a public hearing process to be completed by July 31st. The request would include the new timeline for completing Development Area B, which importantly includes the future grocery store, and changes to Development Areas C and D. The developer has indicated changing those from mixed-use buildings to townhomes, and they are available to discuss that further this evening. So staff believes that the additional time request is reasonable given the current market conditions and provides the developer with the additional time to submit a formal request to amend the development agreement and master site plan, return to the City Council for review later this year following consideration by the Planning Commission. So with that, staff recommends approval of this request to establish the new performance timelines for this phase just through July 31st of 2026 for PT Metro. We can answer any questions, and the applicant is here as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much for clarifying. So we want pretty much a 6-month extension. And what will they be bringing back to us in 6 months?
Correct. So within the time period from today through July 31st, they would formally request an amendment to the development agreement, would reset the timeframes for the out years. So the next phase currently is the deliverable by 2030. So completing the deliverable that's due currently October 2025. Looking at the time frame for what remains to be completed by 2030, what those timeframes look like. The provisions of the grocery store would be also something that we would continue to look for in that revised agreement. And an amendment to the development agreement, separate from what we're doing today, does require both Planning Commission and City Council approval. So it would be essentially reopening the development agreement for consideration of Planning Commission and Council. And then also the pretty pictures that you see on the screen, those are from the master site plan. So we would be seeing a revision to the master site plan, which would potentially be a reduction or change in unit types, which they are indicating would be coming forward for areas C and D, keeping the unit type currently proposed for area B. So those would go Planning Commission and then City Council.
And you said the applicant is here?
Correct, yes.
Where? Hello, come on down. I had a question when you said the, over the next 6 months, the anticipated, I guess, updated site plan. And I was a little bit, I just wanted to clarify the wording. Is the site plan that's going to be coming in 6 months, and if you could explain on which parcels, B or C and D, going to include a grocery store?
Yes. Madam Mayor, members of council, good evening. My name is Greg Powers with the law firm Jackson Titus. I'm special land use counsel for Lennar, PT Metro, the applicant. Thank you for your consideration tonight. The grocery store would be located on Area B. And so right now, as you can see, Area G, A, and H have all been completed. E and F are under construction. Those are the areas highlighted in yellow. We're 132 units short of meeting the milestone. I think it's worth noting that, obviously in March 2020, we had a pandemic, everything stopped.
Can I just interrupt? I'm sorry. There will be an opportunity for all speakers to have 5 minutes. So I know you wanted to ask a question. I think you've answered it, I think. But I think, Mayor, it'd probably be more appropriate if this be part of the 5 minutes that all members of the public are allowed.
I'm sorry, that is my bad.
No problem.
But thank you for the commitment to the grocery store.
Yes.
So let me turn to I have a couple of other questions, but I'll wait till after public comment. Councilmember Maz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mine was really around the grocery store, when we can expect that and what we can do to get that moving along quicker.
So it's been made clear to us through various meetings with city staff that is one of the biggest priorities right now, is finding a high-quality grocer for the project. And Development Area B, which is one of the red squares up there, it is going to contain the grocery store. There's no proposed change for Development Area B with respect to product type or the master plan, and it would still include the same commercial square footage as has already been approved And the top priority is finding a top-notch grocer for that area.
Thank you. I will put you in touch with our Economic Development Department. We will help you. So I wanted to open up the public hearing. Thank you so much. Seeing no further questions by council, open up the public hearing. Clerk, I know, do we have speaker cards for this public hearing?
Mayor, we do have one speaker card, Mark Herbert, and the time limit is 5 minutes.
Welcome, Mr. Herbert.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com. I've learned from the previous council meeting that if I have questions about the procedures during public comments at hearings, I can raise them during public comments at hearings. So I'm going to touch on some of those as well as this project. This project is by Lennar, and I'm sorry that Council Member Rubalcava is not here, because in September, I was at a community meeting at La Palma Village, and it was a turnout of well over 50 people, residents in this La Palma Village. And they had some issues with Lennar, who built and sold their units, although they kind of sold them through a third party, so it got a little cloudy. But it was serious enough that Council Member Rubalcava came to that meeting with close to a dozen staff people to answer just not those questions. It was primarily a lot about those, of how those units were presented in the selling process to the buyers, and how the noise of the trucking firm next door that had been there 20, 30 years was closer to a 24-hour operation instead of a 8-to-5 operation. So the reason I bring this up is I'm a little concerned about Lennar handling this development and how it's going to be presented to the public when the units are sold. Because it was not straightforward to these residents of La Palma Village. I suggest you talk with Council Member Rubalcava, who was there. It was a couple hour-long meeting. And it was the residents have come here a couple times following up on that. So Lennar, I think you should check into. And let's see. In terms of the problems of trying to get a supermarket into that area, has been long-term, I guess. And I would like to suggest, because I'm not behind the closed doors of the potential sale of Angel Stadium and the property, but the last time that went up for sale, it was zoned for, the parking lots were zoned for about 6,000 units that were never built. If this sale goes through with the parking lots, there'll be some sort of development on that parking lot, which is across the street from these units in the Platinum Triangle, which are already in need of a supermarket. And the missing link, which to me seems obvious, is Northgate. And I'm not saying Northgate, their typical store. I'm saying Northgate, like I think it's the Mercado or something in Costa Mesa, which is this huge, like, it's a supermarket as well as almost like a food hall and entertainment. And it's been so successful down there in the year or two open. Their biggest problem is lack of parking. So although the public's not invited to these behind-the-door scenes, it seems to me a consideration as you look at this project in search of a supermarket and the pending sale of the Angel Stadium land, you talk to the owner of Northgate to begin those discussions, because it's almost turned into a tourism attraction. And if you're still thinking of a gondola linking the OC vibe with the rest of the resort district, it all comes together. But first things first, I think you need a tougher scrutiny on Lennar and their track record. I would be, and so far, I guess the staff failed these La Palma Village people. So I would hope.
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up. Mayor and City Council, that concludes our public comments in person. Noting for the record, we didn't receive any public comments electronically on this public hearing.
Thank you. So I'd like to close the public hearing and open it back up to comments or questions by council. Do we have any further questions or comments? Okay. Sorry, Councilmember Bayless.
I'm just curious, do we know what the unit density is for the remaining, an average unit density for the remaining properties?
Good evening, Councilmember. Do you want me to go through each of the remaining ones and how many units each building will have?
I'll take just an average. Is it 2 people, 3 people, 4?
The number of units or?
No, the number of average people in each unit, I guess.
Well, I can't answer that specific question. Usually the units range from studios at 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms. So it's a range between those. Kind of can assume how many people live in each unit. So for example, for Area B, there's 270 units, and there are 168 1-bedroom units and 102 2-bedroom units. And if you do the math, maybe average of 2 people per unit.
It is 2 people?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Any further comments or questions, Councilmember?
No, thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to just kind of follow up on when they come back to Planning Commission, is that when they are going to be presenting us with a potential development agreement that might require these type of conditions like a grocery store, commercial space on it?
Correct, yes. Planning Commission does receive the development agreement draft, so that would be the first time that the amended terms would be viewed.
And I know you said this before, if you could just remind me, when do we think this will come before Planning Commission?
So we are thinking probably May, June, to then hit City Council by July.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you repeat for us, Heather, what is it that we're approving today?
Correct. So today is basically just a specific revision to a term related to the milestone that was due October 2025. It is extending it to the later of October 2025 or July 31st, 2026. So we would be extending that October 25 milestone till July 31st, 2026.
So all we're doing today is essentially giving the developer more time to come back to us with a development agreement and what the plan would be for these areas.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. With no further questions, is there a motion?
Move it.
Second.
Please vote.
A resolution, the City Council of the City of Anaheim establishing a performance time schedule for the 10th anniversary date as set forth in the amended and restated development agreement number 20050008 between the City of Anaheim and PT Metro LLC, and determine subsequent environmental impact report number 339 for the revised Plan and Triangle Expansion Project, along with the mitigation monitoring plan number 321, or the appropriate environmental documentation for this request. And the vote is 6 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Thank you. So at the request of the applicant, item 16 is being continued to the meeting of February 24th. Is there a motion to continue?
I'll move.
There's a motion and a second. Please vote.
The vote is 6 ayes, no nays. The public hearing is continued to February 24th, 2026.
Thank you. Item 17 was withdrawn, so we are now moving on to our report on closed session. Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As previously announced, item 1 was pulled and was not discussed. As to item 2, the matter relating to AFA was pulled, and there's no other reportable items. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. I had a couple questions and wanted to see for closed session. Items prepared for us for closed session, how do we, as a body, approach disclosing work that is prepared for us if that is the choice of the body from closed session?
So the Brown Act is pretty strict on what is reportable and what's not reportable, so that's what I'm limited by. However, the council can always, in most situations, decide to waive certain confidentiality provisions in the Brown Act and by a vote in closed session, direct me to make certain announcements or have things announced in other ways. So usually it's by vote of the body on those items in closed session.
Okay, thank you. So next, we don't have any non-agenda item public speakers, so now is the time for future agenda requests by council members. Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I ask that staff work with me to put together language for potential ordinance regarding safety at our self-checkouts in the city that can be reviewed and discussed at the first meeting, the first council meeting in March.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks.
Thank you. Well, I also wanted to just kind of piggyback on Councilmember Rubalcava's comments on not only the city manager, but the staff and the great work we're doing as a city to move things forward that I don't think we were really doing before this council was elected and started to collaborate on our priorities and our vision for the city and to come together and move things forward. And clearly one of the big things that we need to do that on, and the mayor mentioned it, is the stadium property. So I would like to ask staff to bring back a framework of how that process could move forward, both with this body in a public fashion and then the community input piece. What's the process going to be? And I think we can all discuss that and discuss the priorities of this council and what we would like to see on the stadium property. Not specific things, but what are our goals? Do we want open space? Do we want, you know, a one-time influx of cash by selling, or do we want to develop something that has an ongoing revenue source to support more police and fire long-term? Or, you know, what are the priorities that we want to see come off of the stadium property? And I think that should be an open discussion, and that the public can certainly comment on that discussion as an agenda item. But I think that'll help us move forward with the mayor's suggestion to come up with some sort of conceptual site plan and what we might want to see out there and what are the options really and the pros and cons to those options. So anyways, I'd just like to ask staff to bring back some sort of agenda item and framework to move forward.
Thank you, council member. I think that's a great idea. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification on that, council member. I want to be mindful it's not an agenda item. I'm not trying to have the discussion, but I know that we had previously given direction to staff, and during our community meetings, we're getting community input and all of that stuff, and then we had given you direction to go and speak to our state partners. I just want to make sure that that isn't in conflict with the
No, I
direction
think that
we've
needs to
given.
be part of that framework and what comes first and how those things need to come together.
Because, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. City Manager, part of those conversations are happening, I mean, starting next week with the community at the open houses, correct?
I got a yes from Brittany. So that'll be part of the community meetings, yes. But at a very high level, obviously, because we're not kind of in the weeds yet on direction from council.
Correct. I think it's, in not discussing this item, I think it's important to be honest and upfront with the public and make sure that, we're not saying, what would you like to see on 100% of this property, knowing that we cannot achieve maybe some of the goals. So I think having a master site plan or a conceptual plan for the area, then we can actually go out and ask people for realistic public givebacks and tie those public givebacks and community givebacks to the property, depending on who the current owner is, the next owner, the 3 owners from now. I think it's just important.
I think we really just have to, it's set up for agenda. I'm really concerned. It's not agendized.
That's why
for
I'm not
tonight.
discussing it. I said I wasn't discussing it.
Okay, got it.
Did you have anything further? Okay. Thank you. One of the things I wanted to, just in conclusion to some of the comments made here today, is that I just want to thank the public. I consider public service a privilege. And I think with public service comes a great responsibility to act with integrity whenever called to, transparency at all times. And I try to hold myself to a standard that is even higher than those of state law requirements, and try to, given that we are all human and mistakes can be made. There have been recent concerns that I spoke at the last meeting that were agendized about unreported paid travel by city staff, PRA, lack of response to certain questions, as well as other potential issues. And so I would like to agendize and I would like to work with my city attorney on this. I'd like to agendize a request to work with our ethics officer to look at these potential allegations and prepare a report that can be disclosed to the public. I think that the fact that we have an ethics officer in Anaheim is extremely important, but we need to make sure that that ethics officer is public-facing, is open to concerns from the public in the spirit of transparency, and that work product by the ethics officer in response to concerns by the public is then shared with the public. He is their ethics officer as much as he is ours. And so obviously this is not political, as has been said, it's not personal. It's about accountability for me and making sure that our ethics officer is part of the complete Anaheim community, not just in this building. So I would like to work with the city attorney in a way that he thinks that would be feasible. So with no other council items to be put on the agenda, I would like to close this meeting in the memory of Joel Esparza, as well as Nurse Pretty in Minnesota, and we will stand adjourned until February 3rd.